I'm Mike Gravel, and you're watching Primo Nutmeg. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 300th episode of Primo Radical, or as some call it, Primo Nutmeg. I have three legends on the show today. First up, coming back for his 7th appearance, is Chrispy.
Really? It's been 7 times? How do you even count that?
Well, Chris, I looked back, and you were on episodes 4, 12, 29, 41, 99, and most recently, 293. Then also here, coming back for his 14th appearance, is the Robbo. Hey, Rob.
Hi.
Rob, you were on episodes 13, 16, 18, 20, 44, 51, 60, 62, 77, 98, 122, 127, and on episode 183 as the voice of Hunter S. Thompson.
I remember that one, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one, wasn't it? And returning for his record-setting 21st appearance on the show,
All right.
Captain Jack.
How's it going, man?
Welcome back, Jack.
Thank you.
Jack, you were on episodes 1, 2, 6, 11, 13, 18, 20, 28, 30, 38, 44, 46, 51, 60, 77, 87, 98, 99, 127, and 165, which was the review of the 2019 State of the Union.
All right.
And Jack, this is something really amazing that I wanted to focus on because, as I just said, you were on episodes 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Which immediately made you the most frequent guest in this show's history from the very beginning. And you have consistently held that title for the past 10 years, despite the fact that you have not even been on the show in 6.5 years.
Nice. I'm like the Harley race of Primo Radical.
So that's just pretty amazing. So thank you all for being back on the show today. This is a celebration of 10 years and wanted to, think back on the history of the show and the history of, just what we all been through in the past 10 years, because it's been a lot. And, I think the thing that has kind of defined this show when we look back at the last 10 years from August 2015 to August 2025 is that on the very first episode of the show, we were reviewing the very first presidential debate of the 2016 election, which was the Republican debate with the 17 different guys on the stage at the same time.
Yep.
And, I guess the last 10 years really have been the Donald Trump era, right? Because 10 years ago is really when the Trump train started, and it's been consistent through the past 10 years. So I guess I just open it up. Like, what do you guys think, this Trump era has meant for, I guess, the history of the country, and just how weird, I guess, has the past 10 years been that Donald Trump, this eccentric billionaire who was this TV, movie, WWE personality, that he's been the president of the United States and kind of just in the focal point of American politics over the last decade.
Well, my opinion and still what I think is actually going on hasn't really deviated much from like the really early episodes. I remember talking about how, this was like the counter coup of the sort of deep state or whatever, and I think it's still ongoing. And now really the ball is starting to snowball to the point where there's actually going to be consequences for these people like coming up, like a la John Bolton.
Yeah, that was breaking news over the past week, is that John Bolton, his house got raided by the FBI, which is a little weird, right? Like, I think if you had said something like that 10 or 20 years ago, that John Bolton's house was going to get raided by the FBI, that's just really counterintuitive, right? Like, he's part of the machine, so why would they be raiding his house?
Right. And also, he's not really like a Democrat, right? He's a neoconservative. He's part of our side, quote unquote. He was in the previous administration.
Right. Well, what's funny, too, is seeing all these Democrats come to his defense. Like, even Bernie Sanders is coming to his defense.
Liz Warren. Well, we don't agree on anything, but I respect his intellect. And, he's a good guy. It's like, oh, so you're like business associates. I get it.
Right. Rob, what has the Trump era meant to you? Like, when you look back at the last decade of this, again, this eccentric personality, this guy who was always kind of in the culture our entire lives, and just the way, again, that he kind of changed things from 2015 to now. Like, it's been weird, right?
I think it's similar to I mean, I've always felt that like Trump is like my belief about Trump hasn't changed since he emerged like as the forerunner of on our political scene and became the president. I believe that like Trump represents a catalyst that is necessary to move our country into the next stage of our evolution as a people, as far as like a government. I just think that he's so polarizing and controversial on purpose to elicit reactions which are going to, foment into civil unrest. And I think that is kind of in line with, the blood of tyrants being needed to water the tree of liberty. I just think that it's the same kind of co-opted sort of aggression that was sort of took like the Occupy movement and cul-de-saced us all into Obama, and that a lot of that, bubbling rage and discontent at the fact that, we're basically getting the rug pulled out from underneath us economically, kind of gets swept. That sort of, what was going on with Occupy, that kind of got, I remember talking to people there being like, well, you got to support our president. I was like, are you fucking crazy? Because
So what are we protesting?
yeah, well, what are we doing here? This guy literally just bailed out all these banks and stuff. Like,
He actually did that during the election.
Yeah.
It was like a few weeks before the 2008 election. He voted to bail out the banks.
and there was a lot of Tea Party type people who I then saw being like, well, that's here's our guy. Trump's our guy. He's telling it like it is, and he did, and he spoke to the types of people that I rub elbows with, the people who are just like, enough's a fucking enough.
Well, this affected people too, right? Like, because Jack, I think that was something you always said is like people who don't ever vote, they would vote for Donald Trump.
Sure, they would.
Yeah.
And the thing is now, especially with this whole like gaslighting, so obviously gaslighting in a press conference. I mean, a lot of people are talking about this list. I mean, this guy died years ago. What are we still talking about this? Epstein, he's dead, long gone. Why are people talking about it? What list? I was never on a list. Anyway, here's Lupkin over here, my head of commerce. Don't mind him. It's bullshit, man. Like I'm right now. Like if you would ask me a year ago, what do I think about Trump? I'm like, yeah, sure. I mean, it's a tough slog. He's wading through the swamp, dealing with the goblins or whatever. But, now I'm like, nah.
What if there's part of an investigation, though? It's still ongoing.
Nah, dude. Like, I used to think, like, okay, Hillary killed Epstein, sure. But now I think Trump did it. Like, I honestly, like, you ask my opinion, I think the guy's a shill. I think it's just another cul-de-sac to try to trap angst, and they're just tricking millennials again. Like the same millennials that voted for Obama, a lot of them flipped and voted for Trump, and I think they're just cul-de-sacing us again. We're just, part of my language. You can edit it out if you want, but we're just getting fucked again, man. Enough's enough, dude. Enough's enough.
Well, the weird thing, I guess,
That's my thought.
and it's probably always been the case with American politics, is you have like these big figures like Obama, like Trump, like Bernie Sanders. To a lesser extent, Tulsi Gabbard, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., like these people who are supposed to represent some kind of radical change.
Right.
But, personally speaking, I don't think that the culture has really, or, American politics has changed for the better over the last 10, 20 years. Like, it just seems as though our standard of living is getting worse. Things aren't really getting better. So, I mean, I guess we're still, in the first 7 months of Trump's second term, but, looking back at his first term, I don't know if there was much to speak to there.
What a fucking, like, what a just total, like, just, it's, for me, like, I look at it as just, like, it's a lame duck 4 years, man. Like, he didn't have his second term where he could have done all the things that he wanted to do, that he was ramping up to do in his first term or whatever. But honestly, like, at this point, man, I'm being totally honest with the whole thing with the list. The fact that he ran on the fact that he was going to expose this stuff,
Yeah.
he's just not doing it.
Well, that's the weird thing
I
too.
don't
Is
give a shit.
I understand he personally didn't like make a big deal out of it. You know, he talked about it on Lex Friedman and some other places. Like he said, "Oh yeah, you know, we'll look into it. We'll get the list out, whatever." But like the people around Trump, like Donald Trump Jr. and JD Vance and all these other guys, like it was like a major talking point of, you know, why are Democrats protecting Epstein clients? And now it seems like Trump is doing that.
I mean, we still got to get to Chris. I don't want to take
All
up
right.
any
Well,
more
Chris,
time.
going back to the original question, when you look at the last decade of Trump being the focal point of American politics and just this, you know, this figure that everybody has an opinion about, a very strong opinion typically. Like there's not a lot of people like, hey, yeah, Trump, you know, you take it or leave it. But what do you think about like, sort of this Trump era of American politics?
Well, I think on the one hand, his popularity is not very hard to understand. And the way I think about it, and I like to frame it, is that the best person for understanding the frustration behind which drives his political apparatus is Luigi Mangione. Because that's a person who is faced with, they feel like they're being screwed by the system, and they have no alternatives but to bring it down to a different level. You know, what they call two-tier justice. If the rules are different for you up here, then you're going to face my rules, my retribution down here. And the pattern with Trumpism, as well as maybe going with things happening in the UK, maybe like 2014, 2015 or so, have to do with the acceleration of a technocratic order. And all I mean by that is that there are people who are supposed to be experts on things which affect other people in indirect ways. So that would be like neoliberalism. Oh, the economy's doing great. You just don't understand it. Sit down, shut up.
And that was the 2024 election, right? It was Democrats saying the economy is great. You guys just don't realize it.
It runs for a long time. You know, neoconservatism. You know, why are we in this war that seems to have nothing to do with us? Well, you don't understand international politics and strategy and all this. Sit down, shut up. New theories about race and culture. So, for example, things like intersectionalism and critical race theory. And so kind of put a definition on those so it doesn't get too stinky. Intersectionalism is just the idea that it's impossible to represent a person or an identity innocently because there's always something else that you're missing. Like, oh, I'm not just black and I'm gay, or I'm black and I'm a woman, or et cetera, et cetera. So you're always missing a piece. So it's always, any kind of representation is always the tool of somebody who's trying to control a narrative. And critical race theory is just the idea that there are no racially unmotivated laws because of unconscious influences. So even if you think you're doing something which is positive for the community, it's always like, oh, well, you don't know about your this bias or this bias. And actually, even though you don't know it, you're committing, it's structural, you're reinforcing the structure. So those things I think are kind of complicated for people who don't normally think about them to understand. So that's the third mark. So, you know, sit down, shut up. And later, after Trump's first presidency, or rather at the end of it, there was the science communication debacle of COVID. Another big sort of sit down, shut up kind of moment. Like you see things happening around you, but you don't know like what's really going on.
Take the shot. Don't be concerned about it.
Sure. But you know, those I think those kinds of things over a long period of time, beginning with the shift that really began in the 90s, really sort of propelled Trump's status as a political figure, as well as just generally speaking in presidential elections. The new guy tends to be the opposite of the last guy. So Obama was what you might call an identitarian president. And what I mean by that is, just again to put a definition on it, is like, even if he does things which are harmful for the country, because of his identity, it's like a gain. It's a positive.
Well, I don't even know if he changed that much, right? Like from a foreign policy perspective.
Well, I mean, we can just say, like, hypothetically, though, like, even if he did do harmful things, we can say it's okay because, like,
his actions were insidious, but they were fundamental in their changing of things. Like, I would say he did a lot of things that really changed a lot of shit, like Cash for Clunkers.
Oh.
You wouldn't think about it, but that really affected the automotive culture of this country in such a profound way as a used car buyer.
Sure, and we can, I guess, go back down that road. But I get so that is part of it as well. But the part which is not so straightforward about Trump is, I think that he's not like. My opinion is that, like, he's not an individual actor. He makes alliances very easily, and he's very susceptible to flattery. And I feel like a lot of his campaign in 2016 was really revolutionary in terms of, like, what is possible, how the pathways
he was supposed to get obliterated, like, from the primaries, right? Like, Jeb Bush was supposed to be the Republican nominee.
Yeah, but it wasn't just his personality, it was the way he campaigns too. My brother, who lives in Ohio, is a sound engineer, said he actually was he was in because he does, like, work for, like, you know, doing sound for commercials and stuff and political ads during political season. It's good money. And he's in contact with people, and he said that the Trump campaign would just, like, show up and leave, which is really unusual because usually there's, like, a big entourage and you have to, you know, go in and, like, see what's going on. And it's not just like, you know, somebody comes and goes, but it wasn't carried out the same way as, like, a traditional Washington, D.C. political campaign. It involved probably the first, maybe, I mean, it depends on how you define it, but, like, the first uses of, like, targeted marketing. Like, you could actually, like, specifically hone in on your audience in, like, a sort of data-driven kind of way.
Which makes sense, right? Because like digital marketing really advanced between
the first meme lord campaign.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing too, right? It was like Trump's first, the first election, 2016. Like, it was really driven by those online influencers and, like, all the trolls and whatnot.
Yep. So, and then I guess if you were to summarize my feeling about it, you know, we went to the rally in October.
Right. So for those of you who don't know, Chrispy, Jack, and I went to the, I think it was October or November. We went to the Madison Square Garden, quote unquote, Nazi rally that Donald Trump had, which there was a lot of people who were straight white men there.
Yeah, it's true. He did have a very impressive coalition. When we got there, probably the first people we met were, well, we saw, like, Israel flags. That's probably the first thing when we stepped off to Grand Central Station. But we were sitting next to, I think we had, like, a Latino family on one side.
Well, do you remember outside there was a bunch of Asian people who were, like, I think they're protesting in favor of Taiwan or something?
Yeah, there were CCP protesters against
the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah, so he had a very impressive coalition.
Well, the speakers of that event, right? Like Hulk Hogan and Dr. Phil and, again, Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy.
Yeah.
Like, it was a very diverse array of people. Elon Musk.
Yeah, Dana White,
yeah. And then Kid Rock wasn't there, but he was at the Republican convention. Yep.
So, I mean, it was really like there was a lot of energy there. My feeling about it, though, is it felt a little bit dangerous, not because of any Nazi connotations per se, but, like, a large group of people having too much faith in the political process.
Yep.
And I think when that happens, that is when things start to reach sort of a critical mass, and we get into these, cycles of sort of stupid violence, I guess. So,
Well, just going back to the Epstein thing, Jack, I'd love to hear your opinion on this because I remember back in the 2016 election, you were the one who actually first told me about Pizzagate and this big quote unquote conspiracy theory. And Jeffrey Epstein obviously turned out to be a very real version of that in some ways, where he had connections to all these powerful people. They were going to his island. There's I guess still some debate about if he was working alone or part of the Mossad, for example. But I'd just love to hear your opinion on what Rob was talking about Trump seemingly protecting Epstein's clients, because that's really been something that's, I think, has aggravated a lot of Trump supporters over the past month. Because the outrage about Epstein, it's really not coming from Democrats, right? It's coming from Trump supporters,
Right.
Who he's
and Democrats too.
Well, I think they're picking up on it, for political reasons. Like you see, like the Democrats' X account kind of talking about it and stuff. But the people who are I think really morally outraged and concerned about it are Trump supporters.
Yeah, and when I say from the left, I mean people on the street, kind of common folk, not maybe the elite, because obviously they go to the same parties. So, but as far as it goes, I think we're still digging down that iceberg. I have a feeling that the Biden administration was kind of supposed to be there. I don't know how deep down the rabbit hole you want to go, but like I said back then, it was the Purple Revolution, Soros-funded color guard versus the MAGA forces, is just the counter-insurgent intelligence officers that went rogue in 2014. So I still think that conflict is going on. It's manifesting physically in Syria and Ukraine and those places, and here and there after the Summer of Love with the Floyd thing and stuff like that. It's been manifesting here in pockets, the Chaz and Chop and, that sort of stuff. They took that whole autonomous zone to a whole new level. People don't really talk about that, but that to me was a big thing. They were blinding federal agents with those industrial lasers and shit. That wasn't, we're, going to burn an American flag and yell. That was we're figuring out how to do street warfare.
So your perspective is that there's some kind of real division within the ruling class, where there's different kind of factions fighting for power?
Well, when you say ruling class, you have to understand the military is not hereditary. It's based on obviously there's nepotism, but people get promoted just from getting promoted. So certain people are just regular people who happen to be 4-star generals or whatever, and I think after a while you see so much, or something was so serious that oh shit, Clinton's really going to try to hit the button. We need to do something about this. And I think Trump's just the corporate face. He's the Colonel Sanders of this organization or movement or whatever that's happening, the counterinsurgents. And he's like the rodeo clown. He draws a lot of heat. He makes a lot of controversy. And, they play rope-a-dope a lot. Bongino and Patel were well, we don't know. And then boom, they go indict somebody or something. They do a lot of that to, I think, keep the enemy confused, because the battlefield is our minds and it's a narrative war. So we have to keep that in mind sometimes.
I guess from my perspective, it was just kind of confusing the way that, again, Trump seemed to run, or his campaign seemed to run, on releasing the files. And then, what happened was they effectively said there was no Epstein client list. And Trump seemed at a press conference sort of outraged that people were talking about it.
Yeah.
And then he said Democrats may have tampered with the files to put him in it, but he also wasn't in the files, because if he was, then they would have used it against him. So it was just a lot of sort of different kind of talking points that seem to contradict each other. And that
right.
makes sense.
So which narrative is the one that you're actually going to believe or act on or choose? It's confusing. It's fog of war stuff.
I think if either side, I'm doing air quotes, if either side released the real juice of the list and of the files, They would just it's basically just a standoff. They each have access to expose each other, but if one exposes the other, then the whole thing is going to unravel. And
Right.
I mean, the information has been out there, and it can be publicly accessed if you take the time.
Well, Epstein's black book, I think, is public.
Right, but the fact that the people who he trafficked with and all of the other, supplemental, anecdotal, all the other evidence that surrounds him paints a clear enough picture that he was an access agent for the Mossad, that he put CEOs and political leaders in compromise. He facilitated the compromising of American captains of industry and military and politicians. He was instrumental in creating a network of sabotage within the United States. Now, it doesn't really take a fucking genius to look at the years that he was active and the area in which he was active and whom he rubbed elbows with and what possible thing could have possibly occurred that would require that much fucking influence to pull off.
Yeah.
And I'm looking you dead in the fucking eyes because this is the reason why the Epstein list isn't going to be released. And I'll say it on the 300th episode of Primo fucking Nutmeg. I don't really care. Jeffrey Epstein's client list has everything to do with 9/11. Every fucking thing to do with 9/11.
It has to do with all sorts of things.
Because Israel has everything to do with 9/11. And you can edit that out. I don't care. I told you
I'm not gonna edit it out.
beforehand.
I post a meme every year of Jeffrey Epstein with the picture of Bush with the Jenga towers.
Yeah. Paper
It
airplane.
makes me
From
so
all of
mad.
us at the Mossad, happy 9/11.
It makes me so. It gets me so
From the dancing Israelis.
furious to think about it, about how long that we as Americans have been mocked and have been treated like dumbasses. And my friends, I have friends that were door knockers in it's our fucking Vietnam over in Iraq and Afghanistan, and who have PTSD and who were blown up by IEDs, and the rate of suicide amongst millennial veterans, Gen X veterans, is crazy, and it's all to fund this bullshit. And I think that's why the list isn't going to get released. I think that's why they're just trying to.
Well, a certain anonymous group said Israel was last, so hang tight, buddy.
I think that's the root of it all, man. And I mean,
There's so much.
You keep peeling it back, and it's.
Epstein leads to Wexner. Wexner leads to Hollywood.
I mean,
Hollywood is, just keeps going and going, man. So
Can I ask just for clarification on one thing, just so I
Sure.
understand where you're going?
Yeah.
So what I'm piecing together is that there was in Israel, there was a policy mandate which was made in the late 90s
Mhm.
called Clean Break, which kind of elaborates a very actually similar kind of document to the Project 2025,
Okay.
where it's basically an outline to help establish executive power within the state of Israel and within the region. It doesn't say explicitly that they're going to go to war with this, and this country, but it
Sure.
basically lays out we want to make Israel the most powerful country in the region,
Right.
and if we have to do something, we will.
Yeah.
So, what you're saying, I'm not disputing the truth of this,
Okay.
is that 9/11 was a false flag in order to stir up anti-Arab sentiment in the Middle East, so that we could start to move troops over there. We'd start to fund operations over there.
Sure.
I mean, what has
And
been the
so we
result
can-
of the last 20 years of
No,
U.S.
no,
foreign
that-
policy in the Middle East?
and they seem they really wanted to destroy Baathism too a lot.
Yeah.
Seems that.
I mean, the worst thing we ever did to Iraq wasn't the invasion; it was de-Baathification of the country.
And
I mean-
Syria and Egypt.
We literally just took everybody competent out of the country and removed them from power. All the apparatus of safety, security, and like anything that could have helped transition away from the
And
Saddam
pan-Arab
Hussein regime
and pan-Arab
dismantled
nationalism.
it all. And then we're like, oh, all these crazy Muslim yahoos just invaded. Oh, it's sectarian violence. Like, yeah, but you removed everybody that was competent because they were Ba'ath Party members.
Yeah,
You fucked that country over.
who did Israel fight in the 60s and 70s? It was all Ba'athist countries,
But-
right? I mean, being coalitions trying to.
Because that was part
yeah.
of the movement to like unify all the Arab states, right?
Yeah.
So one.
Pan-Arab nationalism.
Yeah,
That's why they all have the
Nasser.
same
They had the
flags.
same
Yeah,
flag
we had
and the
to kill
same
Nasser,
colors.
and we killed Mossadegh. I mean,
And then, installed the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, too. Obama did that.
So,
Arab
Yeah,
Spring.
the Arab Spring was under Obama.
but were you done? Were you done with the? Was that the?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the conventional,
Well, yeah.
I guess not really conventional explanation, but the one I've always heard is that like it was, CIA blowback and like the kind of meddling we've done in those countries, and they just kind of caught up with us.
Oh,
Do you-
absolutely. I mean,
Do you
that's
see those things as incompatible,
but it-
or are they like part of the same?
so. That's that. I mean, that's just kind of as a layman's explanation of it. It is a plot within a plot within a plot within a plot. So not all the plot. Like there may very well have been 19 hijackers who were committed. Who
believed what they were
whether
doing.
they were Wahhabis or whatever.
Mhm.
Did they actually board planes? Perhaps. Did those planes actually get hijacked? Maybe. But were they the ones those planes actually? Did they actually strike the Twin Towers?
And cause World
Honestly,
Trade Center
I
7
will
to
tell you
collapse.
my personal opinion. I doubt that. I doubt that those planes actually hit the towers. I think planes did hit the towers, but I'm not so sure they were actually United Airlines or American Airlines planes.
Well, it could have been those planes, but there could have been like explosives within the buildings too.
The buildings were absolutely 100% laden with explosives. I mean, there's no fucking way that the buildings.
For those Israeli modelers on the 19th floor or whatever.
I'm sorry, they were art students. Okay. But let's not forget that Zim Metals or Zem Metals or whatever that giant Israeli metallurgical company that was based in the buildings and for however many years. I mean, how many photos you have to really consider that photos that you've seen of the Twin Towers taken in the late 90s. Those buildings could have just been laden with explosives, just waiting for the day when they were going to blow them up. I mean, I feel like sometimes I feel nauseated saying these things out loud because of how I grew up and what I believed, and graduating high school during 9/11 and seeing those things in school and feeling anger towards Muslims and being like, we have to protect Israel
because they carted in 40 TVs all at once. So that was weird, don't you think? Like
Yeah,
they were
that
all in
was-
high school and they had them ready and they just pushed them in.
Think about
Like,
this.
here you go, watch this. Why?
Well, it's a weird experience for people who are like our
Courtney
age.
ran out of the room because her dad worked in the fucking tower.
But think about this: like,
Talk about mass trauma.
everyone
yes,
our
trauma.
age, everyone like in our age group across the entire United States,
Yeah.
all had TVs
Why?
wheeled into their classroom
Yeah.
at the same time to watch
But
this.
they
It's
did
like the
same-
Challenger.
My mother told me about this. They did the same shit when they killed Kennedy.
Yeah.
They stopped school. Everybody had to go to the auditorium. They made a big fucking announcement.
Yep.
But they didn't have the media. They didn't have that availability of media to really traumatize you. But I remember getting home that day and watching Building 7 come down. Boy, that was quick. What the hell happened there? Oh, there was a fire in it. Oh, so they just pulled it down. And then you have Larry Silverstein. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, he told me to pull it. So we pulled it. Pull
Well,
it.
yeah, the
What
guy.
does pull it mean? Oh, you mean you blew out the center column of the building with explosives?
So
What the fuck?
so-
That takes days.
Silverstein, just to be clear, he was the guy that owned the buildings, right?
Yes.
And he didn't show up to work that day. It was like
Well,
the-
I had to
the-
go to the dermatologist.
one
I had
day.
a dermatologist appointment. My wife woke me up in the morning and said, "You got to go to the dermatologist, Larry." And I never miss work, and I felt
Howard
so bad.
Lutnick, too.
Howard Lutnick, head of the Commerce Department,
But hey.
standing behind Trump.
But hey, Bolton was there, too. So
Fuck those guys.
keep your enemies closer.
Sorry, man.
So,
You derail everything.
did that answer your question, Chris?
Yes, I think I'm more clear now.
There's just like there is a whole there is just a pattern, man. Like what I've come into as I've grown up and I've started to understand how trauma can, because it is a very popular, it's a buzzword. It's, you know, a lot of people are investigating their own trauma and why do we follow these patterns of why do we do the things that we do? Why do we react the way that we react? Because we are so easily manipulated, and especially now where media and advertising can get into every single part of your day.
Yes.
And
There's no escaping it.
Mass formation
the fact that
psychosis.
perhaps that your microphone in your phone is listening to you
It is.
argue with your wife,
It absolutely is.
and then recommending videos about leaving each other.
So I told this
You know what I
story.
mean? Like getting into like divorce. You know, I'll have a fight with my wife, and it's like, have you considered divorce? Like, have you considered a divorce attorney? It's like, what the fuck?
The Simpsons did it.
You do.
Maybe it's time for a divorce.
Well, again, so one reason I know that they listen, and there's myriad examples of this, because I see the same thing all the time. Like I'll be coughing, and then it'll like show me a thing for
Are
like
you sick?
screening for lung cancer or whatever. But like one time, I like absolutely knew that it was doing it was when I was living with Vlad in Vermont for a few months. And all I had was a VCR with VHS tapes. It's like nothing hooked up to the internet. And I watched Highlander.
Yeah.
And then like the next day I got a Facebook suggestion for joining a Highlander group. It's like, how the fuck, like, you must be listening. That's the only possible way that this is listening.
But it's still so rudimentary that it tells on itself, because you can understand why. If you start to understand how they're compiling the data, then you understand why you're getting the advertisements that you're getting. Like our friend we were talking about earlier, he was telling me, well, I don't speak Spanish and I get all kinds of Spanish ads. I said, well, it's layers of data. It's layers of data that are being compiled. So your cell carrier is based in a certain area, and that is all taking in socioeconomic and ethnographic data from that area. We happen to have a high Latino population. We have high Latino population centers all around our area. So invariably, you're going to get advertisements in Spanish. It's not that the drug cartels are listening to you or something. It's just that your cell carrier caters to a lot of Spanish-speaking customers, and those are the ads that you're going to be getting alongside whatever other catered content you're going to be getting. It all gets filtered through. A lot of these apps and stuff that we use to listen to, podcasts or music or whatever. A lot of these things, to offset the cost of their subscription, they're using cell data as well to boost their advertising. They're making it's a way to keep their costs down, is allowing the ISPs and stuff to do advertising as well, and then tracking more data. Let's generate more data. Let's mine more data.
And like every website too. Like I'd say half of them I have a like ISP blocker, so they can't ping my computer to see like where I am or like get any information from me. And I'd say like half the sites don't work. It just says the site can't be reached.
Really?
Yeah, because unless it can ping you,
Yep.
It's like, oh, you can come to my house, but I got to just like stick one finger in there real quick. Like, okay, come on in.
That's nuts. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's like the websites just don't even let you in.
Yeah, they just like won't work.
Wow.
It's like a 404 not found type of thing. It's like,
Yeah.
well, because at the ISP, they literally just turn off the tap. You're like, no, you're done.
Well, returning to going through the past decade, and it's related to Trump, but a big thing that was a major story over the first few years, over Trump's first term, less so now, curiously, but definitely over his first term, was Russiagate and this whole Trump-Putin connection. And obviously, this was investigated. There was the Mueller report. It was just like this thing that I think we're probably all even sick of talking about, because it was such a repetitive thing that happened year after year. But again, looking back at the past 10 years, I think that this was a major thing. And it also influenced, censorship that we experienced as well, because there was all those adpocalypse things that happened. And anybody who was kind of questioning this Russian narrative or may have been Russian trolls, they kind of got caught up in that. And I think personally, this channel probably suffered because of that as well.
Hunter Biden too. That was a big one.
Yeah. Well, so I'm just on the subject of, again, like Russiagate and Trump, Putin, and the whole, Hillary Clinton, cooking up this story, and obviously this is getting investigated now more recently. They're looking back on that. How do you think that storyline kind of, I guess, influenced our political culture over the past decade?
Well, it was the beginning of the end for the mafia. Like that, this is like that's part of the war. It's a manifold thing. Like, like kind of to talk about what Chrispy was asking there, like the intelligence agencies inside of these countries are sort of like breakaway elements. They operate on their own and hidden budgets and have special access, so they know things that even congressmen and other representatives and stuff don't know, and that probably stuff the president doesn't even know. Yeah. Like, look at Bay of Pigs, right? Like, Kennedy didn't know about that, and so they operate independently. And there's some sort of conflict going on within that, and Russiagate's part of it, right? Because you look at all the tactics, and these are just standard operating procedure for this sort of nebulous web of intelligence agencies, like the State Department and diplomatic missions and stuff like that. And then the military, too, is involved in it. So I don't think that you can really separate it out. And it seems like the tide is turning, as you said. Like, these new investigations are opening and stuff. That's why I know it's been a long edging wait, but I think patience is still called for.
Do you think that these guys who are getting indicted now, Brennan and Comey, like, do you think that there's actually going to be consequences for them? Or do you think it's just... Because from my perspective, I'm kind of suspecting it's just kind of a show, right? Like, it's almost a distraction like Russiagate was itself. Like, it's hard to imagine Comey and Brennan going to prison.
I mean, we are opening concentration camps in this country after all, so... You know what I mean? Like Alligator Alcatraz and Guantanamo and places like that. Like,
the groundwork has been laid. The groundwork for that stuff's been laid since the Patriot Act after we graduated high school.
Well, yeah, I remember people being concerned about FEMA camps and stuff.
W. Bush was fully prepared for civil unrest back then. They had.
Clinton was getting into it too.
I saw federal property in Danielson by the train depot that was set up with, turnstiles and painted lanes with colored footprints on them, like colored lanes with footprints at the train stations. Why does the federal government need to own a defunct train yard in Danielson, Connecticut for? And the guy that took me there told me, if shit pops off, this is where we're going.
This is where they're going
to start funneling you guys in.
Yep.
And at the time, I was like, this is insane. This has got to just be some super fun site they need to clean up. But once I saw like the turnstiles, and then you cross-reference that with other people in other parts of the country in fucking Rust Belt towns that are showing like, yeah, all these old train stations, the government bought them up. And
that's why the exit numbers changed.
They're putting up Quonset huts and they're storing tents here and stuff. Like, what's going on? That's just in case. Just in case. You want to get gully.
But so I think they're going to get hung by their own petard, to use Christy's turn of phrase.
But you actually think that they are going to suffer real consequences?
Or they'll turn states and kick the can up.
Well, Chris, again, Russiagate, this, big conspiracy theory. It was like an establishment conspiracy theory, I'd say, that Trump was a Russian agent, that he, that there was this P-tape that Vladimir Putin had, and all this stuff that, Putin effectively put Trump into office. How do you kind of look back on... Yeah, there was a whole conspiracy theory that the Steele dossier.
The Steele dossier, yeah. It was this fake story where these Russian prostitutes were peeing on Trump in Moscow, yeah.
I think actually there were Russian politicians who were with hookers and stuff, and the tapes got put out there by Putin or whatever. But again, just looking back at this whole Russiagate narrative, what are your kind of thoughts on how that impacted American politics?
Well, I think if you look at it on a simple level, it was people usually, Democrats talk about January 6th, but I think Russiagate was equally as much a pollutant to the electoral process.
Well, that was the big irony, right? Was that Trump dared question the authenticity of the 2020 election after Democrats spent 4 years saying that the 2016 election was illegitimate.
Yeah, well, it was terrible for the electoral process. I don't know. It's interesting that you brought up the CIA and U.S. intelligence as kind of operating on their own terms. I think that's a really real and interesting and sort of, I guess, if you'll pardon the term, a very postmodern kind of thing. There's a book.
It's probably been going on since 1945 or whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's, post-atomic bomb, modern nation
Yeah,
states.
48.
Sort of that kind of psychology, sort of
Big year.
grasping with conceivability.
Jack Parsons opened the gate of hell.
I will, however, I'll pitch a book called The Moon of Ho Bin. It's kind of rare. It was written by a GI who was stationed in Cambodia for some years during the Vietnam War. And he was sort of like a super genius. Like, he was extremely interested in physics, although he'd never studied it formally before. And he kind of devised, theories about the transparent self and that sort of thing. But his book is endlessly interesting. Talks about how an intelligence apparatus develops and how it, I guess, sort of analogously, how it corresponds to like a person. Like, if you imagine the state as a person, like, what is that? It's like you're constantly. It's the paradox of the media environment that Rob was kind of getting at, where you feel constantly inundated with information and everything you thought you knew was wrong, and you have access to all that kind of information, almost like a drug. And the intelligence apparatus develops out of that, and it takes on its own life, which is sort of beyond. It transcends, the executive functions that we associate with the president, the Congress, and all that kind of thing, as a necessity, not as like somebody's scheme. I
Just
guess.
to justify his own existence.
Yeah. Yeah. But besides that, I don't know if I'm not sure if Russiagate runs like it's their thing. I mean, to me, it seems like there's just like after Brexit and the Trump election and still ongoing, there's like an electability crisis within the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
and so
seems like Newsom is going to be their pick for 28.
I think so.
I don't know. I've been seeing a lot of Newsom memes lately, and he's been doing this thing where he's been like trolling Trump, where he's replicating Trump-style tweets.
He's like, "Oh, I'm Trump." It's pretty effective.
It's just
Yeah, you can't win that way with him. It just doesn't work.
No.
You can do that with like different politicians, like maybe like Romney or Obama. You could take that approach, but I don't think, which is what Trump did basically in 2016.
They're sweating bullets though, so they're getting squirrely.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's more of like a Democratic Party ploy than it is like a deep CIA kind of thing. If you were to want my quick take on it.
But the CIA and the FBI had to participate in that.
Yeah, and Brennan and Clapper, those are all.
They
Well,
they had to sign off and say Russia interfered in our election.
Yeah, I mean, there was some talk about how like the people,
And let's not
like there were
forget the
people
FISA.
in the organization that didn't know, who knew that the Steele dossier was fake, and they sort of authorized it anyway. And then people like lower on the ladder kind of like worked with it. And
Yeah, I mean, who were those two FBI agents that were like dating each other? I forget their names.
Peter Strzok and what's the woman? Lisa Page.
Yeah. So like they were like explicitly saying like we're gonna
Oh, Peter.
we're gonna fake this information to get Trump basically.
yeah,
But
I mean, it didn't work though. So if there is some like deep thing,
I mean the thing about our political parties too though, like when you're talking about somebody like Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton,
Yeah.
like they kind of transcend political parties, right? Like you're at these helms of power where you can call up somebody that that is a bigwig in the FBI or the CIA and kind of falsify documents or whatever, push a narrative.
Or they're already part of the gang. A lot of these guys are appointed by who? When did they get in?
There's just a constant cycle of favors, and I mean, and that just sort of
Or blackmail.
And
Well,
yeah,
there you
it's the
go.
same.
There you
They go hand in
go.
glove.
There you go. Everybody's got something on somebody. You know.
well, here's the difference for me. It's not really a conclusive argument, but I mean, to me, what the deep influence looks like is something like the way that the United States is involved in with Israel right now. Just like totally sort of inexplicable, something which goes beyond the influence of like Zionism or like strategic importance or things like that. Like, why are we doing all these? There has to be some kind of a blackmail process.
Right.
Sure.
Something
Because it's just irrational, right?
Yeah.
Like, either everybody in the government is a Christian Zionist, or there's some kind of blackmail operation.
Yeah, it has
That's
to.
not-
I mean, that is what like effective like intelligence influence looks like. To me, this looks like, well, they tried to get him, but they didn't really. There was an 18-month investigation that didn't turn up anything. And now the Democrats kind of have yolk on their face. That's kind of like, I don't know, if the vested powers were really interested in getting back at Trump in 8 ways till Friday or whatever the expression is, like it would have not been such a botch, which is why I think it's more.
Well, I think they were induced to do it
Yeah.
because they never thought she would lose, right? That's a famous quote from the group. And I think that, the reason they accused 2016 of being crooked is because they counter-cheated that vote harvesting or Diebold machine affecting system that they had in there to pick their winners anyways. And that's why it took Clinton days to do a concession speech. Like, they were like, well, what the fuck do we do now? What do we do now? Like, this wasn't supposed to happen. Cotter's going to kill me. What do I do?
And we saw a dude crying in the elevator the night she lost.
Yeah.
He was punching the wall of
Was
the
it Jimmy
elevator.
Kimmel?
Boom. I was
Yeah.
like, oh my gosh.
And no one thought. And they had Newsweek already had printed the
Because-
Madam President. Well, I remember
because
those were on newsstands.
election-
I saw that at the airport.
Election rigging in the United States has to be more subtle than, say, Zimbabwe. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just say, like, Robert Mugabe won by 3 million votes.
99% return.
Holy shit.
Good for you, buddy.
You can't do that in the U.S. There's too many people watching. But the problem is that, see, I don't know. You still deal with people's answers.
I
Haven't
think
gotten to me
we
yet.
kind of touched on some other things. So let me just throw this out there. So we're talking about Russiagate.
Right.
How do you think that ties into the war in Ukraine? We also touched on the prosecution of Trump that happened going into the 2024 election and everything that was happening there with the charges. We also mentioned J6. So I know these are kind of varied topics, but do you guys have any kind of general thoughts on these major sort of news stories? Again, the sort of priming for the war in Ukraine and support for Ukraine with Russiagate, J6, the prosecution of Trump. Any sort of thoughts that come to mind on any of those?
Bread and circus.
All of
Bread
it?
and circus. Yep. What's happening? Let's just think about America. Okay? I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. I don't give a fuck about any of these other countries.
But Russiagate, I think,
What's happening in America right now?
Russiagate, I think, did prime people to support Ukraine, or liberals to support.
The phone call was with Zelensky, too.
Oh yeah, that impeachment, right? That was
Um,
was that the first or second time Trump got?
I don't know. It was one of them. But
I just think
that's
it's-
all part of that rolling. It all rolls together.
I think it's become very hard to this in this relation to Russiagate. This is all of it. It's sort of like in Star Wars: New Hope. It's like the harder you squeeze your hand, the more systems are going to slip through your fingers. It's like trying to hold sand, and it's going to run out. And you can this information is like sand, and they're just gripping the sand. They're trying to keep control of their bullshit narrative, their little dog and pony show. They keep trotting out every 4 years. Is this idea of we have a government and we have representative government, and that we elect our leaders and we vote for change. It's total horseshit.
But Trump was needed to be there to point that out.
I
And
think Trump-
that's what the whole operation was about.
Yeah,
Mass awareness campaign.
like I say, he is like a catalyst. Like he represented a necessary part. But I think that the play has gotten out of control. I think that the audience is able to see backstage too much. I think, but it's like their stage crew is very shoddy now, and it reminds me of how when people would reminisce like, oh man, things back in the old days, it was a real tight ship. I think nowadays it's just more of that same sort of culture of degeneration.
But is that indicative of a failing empire? And
Yes.
things going
Yes,
awry?
yes.
Do you see the paradox in that, though? Like, the more you can see into where the sausages are made, the less you feel like you know.
I wouldn't necessarily agree for myself.
Yes.
Like when you say like, well, what's the point? Like, what's the reason? Like, there's this irrational, inconceivable attachment to this particular foreign group. Why do we do this? Because there are certain bonds of servitude that exist outside of diplomatic agreements. I could care less whether like, oh, is Trump working with Putin?
Yes.
Yeah.
To fight him.
I just think it's just more blood and treasure. I think it's more bread and circus, man. I just think it's men and women dying.
Yeah, but like the war in
and
Ukraine,
vacant property.
The war in Ukraine, for example, like, is that real? Would you say? Because I gotta say, like, honestly, I've kind of been like,
I don't know if millions have died.
well, I've sort of like been.
I think that it's
a conspiracy theorist on it at times because, like, when it first started, it seemed as though it was like a real,
you have
trench warfare thing.
You have audio of U.S. State Department employees from the Biden administration talking about how we're going to fix this and this is going to happen or else. We're going to get our guy in power and we're going to, what's the Yushchenko or the former president?
Yeah.
During the whole winter on fire type shit, where it's like we're going to get this guy out of here. I mean, it's the same fucking shit. Like, why did Bush pick a fight with Aristide before the Iraq War? We went to the International Tribunal on Haiti when they're talking about when Haitian people were up there testifying that the UN was flying over Cité du Soleil and shooting 50 caliber bullets. I have an individual that I know that was born in Haiti 13 years ago and fled and has come to the United States. And I wouldn't think that I could be able to talk to somebody. There's no one else that I know that can be like, yeah, it's fucked up over there. And she knew about the soccer stadium. I don't know if you remember that. Before Ramsey Clark came up and spoke, they were talking about how all the Aristide supporters had gathered in the soccer stadium, and how all of a sudden,
they just want some food.
All of a sudden, the U.S. Marines all of a sudden disappeared, and all these machete gangs that were trained in the Democratic Republic or the Dominican Republic all of a sudden invaded the soccer stadium and chopped everybody up. I mean, you have some people testifying about that. I mean, these are the little nuts and bolts things that are occurring all around. It's just that we now have that media. We now have that independent eye on everything. So they always have to try to come up with an official story to sort of put everything into a little jar, divert it into a cul-de-sac.
So like you were saying, I think that's kind of failing, right? At least like maybe with our generation.
It's constantly failing. And that's why they're constantly doing damage control and spinning 3 or 4 different stories to fucking muddy the waters.
It is weird too, because I think like the perception of what's happening, politically or culturally, it's becoming more fragmented. Where like I think back when we were kids, like there was sort of one narrative. Now like there's an extreme, Democrat perspective. There's a Trump loyalist perspective. There's also like I think like other kind of narratives emerging, like maybe like around like Elon Musk and whatnot. Like there's sort of different factions that are like interpreting reality differently. And again, I kind of wonder if that's indicative of just our empire collapsing. Like we've kind of, reached the point of no return on that.
I think the narratives are just the main narrative is being challenged by a counter narrative at this point, because that's the war. It's a narrative war. So there's 2 sides, and there's no like mainstream perspective anymore. And I think a lot of the events that occurred in the last 10 years were intentional to cause those as catalysts, Trump being the figurehead of that. Like COVID, for example, that was like a big seminal moment in people's ideas about things that were seemingly, untouchable before, the validity of science, the medical system, healthcare, etc.
Well, that was another thing I wanted to bring up in this too. And we look back at the past 10 years, because probably the most, real consequential thing that we all faced in our everyday lives was COVID. And, the year or two that was us getting locked down and wearing masks and all that, like that was a weird historical thing to live through. And it was also weird the fact that it just sort of went away. I think when the Ukraine war started, it just seemed to stop. Like, all right, we're done now. That's it.
Don't worry about it.
So it was a very bizarre thing to live through. And again, I don't know. I don't know if you guys have any kind of thoughts looking back on COVID and what that meant. And again, how weird it was to live through that and then for it just to stop. And
well, like the war on terror just stopped in Afghanistan. We just like left.
Yeah.
That was another one of those things where people are just left scratching their heads on both sides. Like you can't, it's right in your face. Like what they told us this was about is clearly not what this was about. Otherwise, they wouldn't be giving $84 billion to terrorists. The same people we took over Afghanistan from, the Taliban, are now back, and we just gave them like all these weapons in order for what? And then the Ukraine war starts. Like, where do you think those weapons went? They just got sold to the Ukrainians and stuff. You know, it's more. It's so obvious that people can't. And like you say, COVID was a day-to-day thing and constant reminders and like how crazy it made people.
I mean, that was the most real like political thing that happened to us, right? Like, because these political narratives happen where like, you know, things that we talk about or, you know, watch on the news or, you know, tweet about, whatever. But like COVID was something we all experienced
all the time.
Yeah.
24/7.
And couldn't escape. And it was a weird thing at the beginning because we had no sense of, is this going to end? I remember, you know, meeting up with Rob at the beginning of COVID, and he's like, you know, he kind of was, we were wondering if stuff ever was going to go back to normal. We thought maybe this is just the new reality.
Right.
So, and then it did end, which was bizarre. And I don't know if that was because maybe people just didn't buy into it. Maybe because the Canadian truckers started, you know, unionizing and protesting against it. And maybe they're like, oh shit, no, this got to stop.
I think it was just a phony baloney thing from the get-go, and it was mostly a pandemic created by a narrative and putting sick people in with old people to like pump up those numbers in the first few weeks.
Well, it was like
in Italy, they shot right up. I was like, holy shit, it's like 50% mortality on this thing. Like this could be it. But after a while, like once it obviously proved to be untenable. And also I think,
well, they were saying
sort of like a social inoculant against the pandemic scare, because that'll get you into FEMA camps. You know, the fear of an invisible, never mind a terrorist, a virus. It could be anywhere. Anyone could have it. Anyone could be a carrier. You can't see it. You can't smell it. You don't know it's there. It could be here. It could be there. Like it's the perfect boogeyman.
Yeah, it's a natural evolution of like the paranoid state. You know, like it's like how far, you know, it's akin to like, you know, like Red Scare type stuff. It's the same sort of thing. It's like the enemy is within you, you know, like the enemy is amongst us.
Right.
And now the enemy you can't even see with your naked eye. Anyone could be a carrier. I mean, it's a way of like reinforcing that sort of zombie apocalypse thing where it's just like, I don't care about anyone but me and my family or just myself.
Or this guy says, come with us, you'll be safe. You say, okay, I'll do that. Yeah. Come, I'll go into the quarantine zone.
I'll take your shot.
Yeah.
And how many of those zombie movies have you watched where it's like they go to the military camp where everybody was dying, clawing their way out of the fucking shipping containers that they got put in, and somebody got infected, and then everybody just got ripped to pieces inside the box. Because ultimately they don't know what they're fucking doing. And it's just this, I think it was like, okay, this thing is happening. You know, I am constantly torn between the vast, you know, coldly calculated, nefarious conspiracy and just a loose affiliation of idiots who are constantly competing with each other and who are all just being influenced by, you know, evil.
Well, that's the saying, right? Like, never attribute to malice that which can be attributed to ignorance.
And it's both. And honestly, Jack, I think it's both. I think it is stupid people who are just so easily manipulated, but have ambition and intelligence and convictions, and are just have that right psychological characteristic.
I think there's knowers though too. There's knowers.
And there's
puppet masters, real mages who pull the strings of these lower minions of theirs. They have them under their control, and either whether it's through blackmail or just they can't control their own passions and are slaves to getting 3-year-old boys or whatever turns them on. Like, you know, if you want it, we got it, but you're gonna have to work for us.
You really, like, because I know that, like, these are sort of, we are always itching for what's our Watergate, because it's addictive to kind of like, get muddy in the political process and to have belief in the parties and belief in America.
Well, I wonder if like the whole boomer narrative about, again, like Watergate and political parties and stuff, if that really like shaped our perception of how politics should be.
How could it have not?
Right.
Who was all of our creative heroes, all the people who influenced us as we were growing up were all boomers, or were the product of boomer, media. Like we all loved watching Seinfeld. You know what I mean? I couldn't even watch an episode of Seinfeld now because of how just nihilistic material.
They really are too. Like they don't give a shit about anybody. They're like sociopaths.
Antinatalist, just not American. It's not American.
They're New Yorkers.
What it is. It doesn't represent American values. Like everybody there is very selfish and very just. I mean, really, the only kind of redeemable person is Kramer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, George is sort of at the mercy of a lot of things. Like George is constantly sort of being, put to these tests, but George is constantly failing those tests because George would rather serve his baser instincts because he's a slave to fear. Mm. He's constantly being intimidated and feared. He lived in, with the whole Frank and Estelle. I mean, imagine growing up in a house like that. Of course, you're going to be a neutered man. You know what I mean? And it's just like, anyway.
I will say, Rob, on the subject of Seinfeld being non-American, we'll say, I once met a gal from England, and we were having a snack together, and she didn't know what double dipping was because she had never seen an episode of Seinfeld. And it was
the social commentary and the fact that it's like
British.
These are common courtesies. That still holds water to me. You know what I mean? Like there are certain things on the show where it's like these are just is part of living in a society where we're all sort of being on top of
a society.
There are faux pas. They did point out a lot of faux pas. They also created a lot of faux pas. They created a lot of they affected the cultural zeitgeist a lot with those types of shows.
But more broadly speaking than Seinfeld,
right.
I just meant like the whole like boomer perspective of like we're all going to join this movement.
Sure.
And we're going to have these figurehead heroes and all this stuff.
It's outdated. It's old software. It's old programming. It does not work with the modern the state of our economy, not even just in the United States, but it doesn't even matter anymore because while we were all sitting around wondering if globalism is real and is someone like Alex Jones telling the truth, they went and did everything they wanted to do, all behind our backs. And at this point, I mean, it's only a matter of time before
they came close, but they failed.
Your neighborhood's going to get bought up by BlackRock. Like,
they came close, but they failed. Once the Fed's gone, it's going to be tough for BlackRock to do business.
I'm just saying,
you'll see.
It's our.
But when, Jack?
Our mind.
When are we going to see?
How many days? We're 7 months in now, right?
So
we got
at the end of 28 or what?
I don't know how it's drip, drip, flood. That's the playbook, right? So
yeah, I don't know. I just think that
the snowball is fucking rolling at this point.
All right. Well,
we need to deprogram, is what I'm saying.
We're an hour in. Let's take a short break. Let's listen to some classic clips from Primo Nutmeg / Primo Radical, and
Shane stuff.
Yeah, we'll throw a Shane in there, and we'll be back in a minute.
Everybody spends most of their life living in a totalitarian system. It's called having a job.
Challenging a foreign policy establishment and the military-industrial complex.
This is what happens when you start to really threaten the system.
You walk out, you say your love survives. You walk out, you say your love survives.
extraterrestrial or not, I can tell you one thing right now. It's not the government. The alien being is from another dimension. All right. If you look at any typical abduction, a UFO abduction, it's very, very similar. They'll be laying in bed. And either a being comes into their room, or multiple beings, or it's a light flashes. First, it usually always starts with a light flashing in the room. You see that, and then all of a sudden, like, you just feel disturbed. The body, like, human mind is going in a set of, I feel disturbed. What the fuck is here? Like, it knows that there's something that's wrong. And it sets off, like, the alien, like, I had this conversation with Jack tonight. So, you're sitting in bed and you feel like what's going on, like all of a sudden there could be something coming, or a light will shine through the room. In most abduction cases, light shines through the room, and then there's beings in the room, and then you can't move at all. You're still, and then they take you. But they really don't take you. It's your mind. So your mind is going crazy, like. But these people, like the Greys, you've heard of obviously the Greys, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the Greys will take you into their ship, but they're only taking you to another dimension. How can a fucking force, like from most alien abduction, I've studied like this shit a lot, believe it or not. Like, you might think I'm crazy, but I really have. And most cases are, they took me through the window, and all of a sudden, like, I was in a ship and I was seeing the different universes and blah blah blah, and I'm just like, no, you were taken to the demon world where you had to do it. They did experiments on you, because that's exactly what they do. And then at the same time, like, they're just telling you what you want to hear. Fats no alright, there's no they're just demons. That's all they are. So, back, it's hard to explain. So, like, if you look through cultures, the pyramids and everything, ancient alien shit, okay? The Greys are a being that, like, is beyond a being. They are something you don't ever want to cross. It'll, like, literally, as long as you're living, I think. I honestly believe they're just from another, like UFOs and all those sightings, they're just from another dimension, from the dimension of hell. And they just come and visit us. They look around and they make sure that everything that they want is checked in place.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed those classic clips. And I guess we'll just kind of finish up on politics before we go on to some other stuff. You know, again, we started out talking about how this has really been the Trump era, and how he's sort of defined this era. I'd be curious to know what your thoughts are on when Trump does leave office and what politics are going to look like after that, because I don't think J.D. Vance has the appeal of Donald Trump. I don't know if anyone is going to really capitalize on that. Again, I don't know if Democrats really have an option either who's really charismatic, but I guess I'm just wondering, like, where this whole MAGA Trump movement goes post-Trump.
Well, I'd have to say I don't really know what things are going to look like post-Trump if what I think is going on, because that's the, again, one of the messages is America 2.0. So, like, what does that look like? Hopefully it's something where there's more autarky and we're able to employ more people rather than just let them wallow in poverty on benefits. Like, I hope things change, drastically to the point where I can't predict what's going to go on. We're reaching infinite novelty,
Rob, do you have any thoughts on what society and politics is going to look like after Trump?
I kind of see like everything. I like to look at other countries that have more exaggerated issues, and especially ones that kind of don't have as much of an established cultural history. So you like say like something like South Africa. I kind of see that being kind of our eventual if things continue the way they are with people getting fragmented. I definitely see a period of time where there's going to be some state proofing occurring around the United States, and I think that like-minded communities are going to continue to become, more cohesive and.
But the system has to.
People are waking up.
The system has to clamp down on that, though, right? Like, they
Well-
don't want a fragmented society. That's what I'm saying. Is like I feel like we're in like the collapse of an empire because this fragmentation seems like it shouldn't be happening, and you kind of would suspect that the government is going to get more authoritarian as that does happen.
Well, like Chris used a word earlier that it really perked up my ears, technocratic, and that there's kind of, and I think Jack may have used the term breakaway at some point, but I feel like there is a breakaway occurring where there's the gap between rich and poor is extremely
there's like no
large.
middle class anymore.
And I feel that we need to be fully prepared to see more and more of elimination of lump and prowl and useless eater type folks. However that takes place, it's going to continue to happen. And I think the fact that it's in it, I just believe that it's done in various guises. I think it's spread out, but I think it's a concerted effort to lessen the effect of an impending class war on a global scale.
Well, there's definitely dragons to slay, though. I think a lot of that tension is done with critical theory, and it's really by design. It's part of, you have to break down what exists in order to build something new in that space. So they want relationships to change. It's like that book, The Changing Images of Man, where it goes into like the original sort of ideals of classical liberalism, or like, humanism, I guess, but like the modern version of it, the Enlightenment version of it, and then transition that to the new image of man, like how people see themselves in their relation with others. And that's kind of what the final war is the mind. They wanted people to change the idea of what it is to be human. And they almost got there, but I think it's rolling back. Like ideally, I think the yeoman farmer is basically like the perfect unit for human civilization to occur, where people are smallholders and they're productive. And like I'd say, the reason for industrialization and stuff, like all that is induced by the existence of these institutions that continue to exist, finance, banking, like these are the reasons that things became the way they did, and people left the countryside and became a working class because they had to make the choice to labor or starve in a city. And I think a lot of that is these images, and they want to change now from that to like this sort of communitarian Plato's Republic, basically, where it's, the philosopher kings are at the top, and those are the knowers, like the real knowers who make things happen. Then the soldiery and the peasants underneath, they're the stomach and the hands. So that's really what they are trying to make happen. And I think that those narratives are being challenged at this point now, which they never were before.
Well, Chris, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, because again, you're the one who kind of brought up the topic of, this elite class, the professional class, and again, just going back to the subject overall of what a post-Trump landscape looks like. What do you think that's going to be?
Oh, one more thing though, before is getting rid of USAID was also like a huge thing too. All right, that's it.
Well, it's very hard to predict because I think there are things in the works that kind of are, I mean, they're pretty revolutionary. I think you're going to see a lot of decentralization with the advent of things like artificial intelligence and the development of cryptocurrencies, decentralized currencies. It's going to make things physical, which in the past were theoretical or ideological. I don't, as for like both specifics of politics, I mean, I can't say for sure. I think Trump's coalition is too large to maintain.
Well, I guess that's kind of at the heart of it, is like how you even make that transition. Because again, I don't see JD Vance kind of winning that kind of support. I think a lot of people are going to have issues with him, either from a personality perspective, or I've seen a lot of criticisms of him, from those kind of nationalist folks about the fact that he has an Indian wife and Indian kids.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he'll have as much popularity as Trump. Archetypally, he's kind of like, sort of like the smart Trump. Like, he has a lot of his same ideas, but he like speaks very well. He's very politic about what he says. He
does elucidate things more. Like, he helps kind of clarify what Trump means at times.
Picked as vice president. I don't know if he'll carry the same momentum, though. It's hard to say what'll happen. I think the tension will get worse before it gets better. Because what's going on is that you have a class of people whose expertise, shall we call it, they control the channels of information. Whether they're Eichmanns or whether they're knowers, they control the channels of information. And so, in a sense, they have a special knowledge which separates them from other people. So they control the technology, but the people who use the technology, the populace, use it much more effectively to bring each other together than these people are able to do. So,
well, again, I think it'd be interesting if Democrats try to replicate that, because again, I don't know if you guys saw this Gavin Newsom Twitter account, but he's basically tweeting as if he was Trump, just kind of advocating the opposite policies.
Yeah, I mean, that'll appeal to any New York liberal, though, I think.
But will the Democrats be a thing by that point? I mean, like, if all your top people are complicit in this sort of criminal organization, like, you don't think Newsom's hands are a little dirty, or Lamont or Cuomo? Like, these guys are all in on it.
So you're just saying the Democratic Party is going to go away entirely?
Who knows? Like, once you get rid of these adversarial institutions, fundamentally the game shifts. Like, you're taking big chess pieces off the board now. Like, that's why I had to squeeze in USAID, because that was huge. Like, the amount of grant money and stuff that goes just to wherever across the world, that's like the CIA's funding arm. And that was already taken away. Like, we haven't even felt the ramifications.
Do you think
of that
we would have
yet.
heard about?
Why do you think Sesame Street's going out of business in the Late Show? Like, they won't tell you, but those people were all being funded by those grants. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Chubb Group and the Ford Foundation. And you name it, man. That's where that all comes from. You don't think the Gettys are involved in that? Like, the nonprofit scam, we haven't even gotten to that depth of the iceberg yet.
Yeah.
And the NGOs, Move On,
Would we
Soros,
have heard about? You think we would have heard about IPAC if it hadn't if this sort of Doge stuff hadn't started happening? If people hadn't started sort of kicking over rocks?
Yeah,
I think they would. We think we would have really that something like IPAC would have been brought to the public eye. So
yeah, the disclosure has to happen in a way that people don't go crazy. It's said in the drops. If people were just given this all at once, they would just lose their minds. Like, the cognitive dissonance that we function in this sort of verge of brave new world that we're living on is definitely. I lost my train of thought. I was thinking about the audio. Sorry. What are you trying to say?
I can bite it in wit.
Well, Jack, the picture that you're painting is that society is going to really change a lot, in a very substantial way.
Yeah.
And I just kind of, I wonder how that actually is going to play out, because, again, we lived through these big things like COVID, for example, but then things just sort of went back to normal. Like things kind of
Did they though?
I don't know. I feel like we've sort of been on the same sort of neoliberal.
People have like
neoconservative
gone crazy
trajectory.
because of COVID. Like family members don't talk. Like after COVID, the political landscape, it became like a life or death thing. You know, even to
But you were talking about like an unraveling of like our government and political and parties and political systems.
Yeah, I mean, they're all connected by these rat lines of funding, and where does that all come from? It's like this country and the world has had this giant tick, and it's just sucking its life force out, and it wanted to get to the point where it can finally take over its host. But I think through this narrative war, like the people are becoming aware of these strings, and they're removing them. It doesn't make news a lot, but stuff like USAID or cutting funding or removing security clearances, like all that stuff adds up, and it has like cascading lower effects because it's a web. So like once you start cutting the strings, it's like diffusing a bomb. Like it won't be able to go off.
Fair enough. Do you guys have anything to add?
Yeah, I'll say a little bit about COVID before we move on to the next. Is that okay? I think COVID represents a very interesting situation because it is, in a way, kind of apocalyptic, or at least the impression that it leaves on people is very apocalyptic. It's like this deadly disease spreading, and it could get you from anywhere, and it's like killing your family members, and it's changing how we do business, and et cetera, et cetera. It's going to change everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose, in a way, it is. But it's like if we really run out of a resource, like what will it look like? Will it be everything collapses at once, or will it be like little things change kind of slowly over time?
Well, I remember that being a big concern like 20 years ago, is that oil was going to run out.
Yeah.
So this is going to be this big societal shift.
So you're in a situation where there are no experts. Well, there are experts, but like they're still figuring it out. We'll say we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. So everybody's kind of figuring everything out at once, and some things are going away that can actually go away, and it's not a big deal. And other things are changing that are like kind of more insidious and permanent. So it is, in a way, like sort of like a Club of Rome kind of situation where they talk about like resources being expended, or a situation that we're just not used to the status quo. And also about COVID, it's another one of those situations where it's like, I said earlier, I think it's like a science communication debacle. And that's really like a serious channel, because what you're doing in big science, or in science in general, you're trying to achieve a highly specified technical language for talking about something, which a layperson, in principle, inherently can't talk about. So
Right. It's like a special language.
yeah. So it's not just like it's an incidental kind of thing, or like we said something in the wrong way, or whatever. Like there has to be a way of communicating scientific ideas to a lay public who doesn't understand them. And when you have a situation like COVID, where they like are doing one thing, they talk about, we don't know anything about this virus except for the fact that it wasn't manufactured in a lab, which also happens to be the epicenter of where it began. It's kind of sus, as the kids would say nowadays. And other things like that, because I think what happened was, so a lot of these groups, these organizations, and these departments that we talk about, like USAID and the NIH and things like that, they're kind of like, they do black work and white work. So they do something which is like, appears to have, or sometimes maybe it also does have like a public benefit, and they can also use it to like do other like various things. So one of the things this lab in Wuhan was doing was they were researching, biological weapons. And it's
Institute of Health studies virus.
Well, I mean, it's perfectly natural. If you think about, the atomic age, like you build the perfect weapon, what do you do to respond to the perfect weapon? You build the perfect defense. So you have the perfect defense, so now what do you do with that? It's all cybernetics, it's all messaging. So now that we have this new message of this new defense, we can build a better weapon.
Yep.
That happens with nuclear weapons. It happens with biological weapons. So that's what I think they were doing in Wuhan. The Chinese were doing that. We were funding it, but we were also spying on them. We had like people in there that we actually recruited. People in
Ukraine too.
California. Yeah, the biological research facilities that we had on the border.
Yeah,
I'm sure they were just for.
That's why the Russians went all the way to Kiev almost and then pulled back. They just were like, all right, we blew all these things up. Let's get the hell out of here and just take back the Donbass.
So anyway, yeah, so this is what they were doing. And so they had an issue on their hands. They had a public relations issue because you can't just say, okay, so there's this new virus, but it's kind of, this thing that's kind of separating you from your families and like ruining your businesses and stuff like that. It's us, but please, take our advice on what to do. So they had a huge PR problem on their hands. So they just said, okay, we're going to make this letter. We're going to say we don't know where it came from, because if we say that it came from one of the labs that we were working in and funding, it's going to be extremely scandalous and it's going to ruin the whole thing. So they wanted to, essentially, their plan was to flatten the curve of hospitalizations. So they knew there was going to be this rush of people trying to be hospitalized because of this thing that we don't really know the effects of, and comorbidities and that kind of thing. But the plan was never to I think the plan for a vaccine was never to eliminate the virus. I think it was a tool to reduce the amount of hospitalizations so they could get through it, and we can say, oh, we have this vaccine. And
it also was social control for a while, right? Like they were going to force people to get vaccines, basically, and vaccine passports and everything.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of thing where it's like, okay, well, we've done our bare minimum of what we wanted to do with this vaccine. Like, we reduced the amount of hospitalizations. That in itself could have checked the box that would guarantee the investment for the next round of whatever. I mean, it's just, I mean, there's a lot of people made a lot of money off of promoting this, experimental.
Some guy at Pfizer made a lot of money.
Sure. Yeah, for sure. So it was a terrible, disaster in that sense. It was another situation where it's like the reality that faces me is I'm being told that it's not like I'm like wrong about it. I just don't understand it the right way. In an age where like people already have access to a great deal of information, they can just like look things up. So it just kind of like fuels their paranoia and distrust of,
Well, let's talk about that for a minute too, because that was really a major dynamic of the last 10 years was censorship, and then people kind of getting around censorship. And as I got
demonetized.
Yeah, so I definitely suffered that. I got demonetized. I had episodes taken down. So I had an interview with Cynthia McKinney where she questioned the validity of the 2020 election. That got taken down. Jimmy Dore was talking about how he got injured by a vaccine. That got taken down.
Sure.
So like there was waves of censorship, and honestly too, there was a point in 2019 where this show was getting a lot of views all at once, and then like it's like somebody flipped a switch one day and it just stopped.
Yeah.
So like I feel like that's not just me. That's a lot of different people who are saying things that are kind of against establishment narratives, and we saw this too with like they were gonna under Biden, they were going to make the Department of Homeland Security had this lady, Nina Jankowicz, who was going to be this disinformation czar.
Oh, yeah. Mary Poppins lady.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who was a complete psycho.
Yeah.
She was lunatic.
Yeah.
But that was like a major thing of the last 10 years. And we, around J6 also, and the war in Ukraine, like all this stuff, there was, and going back to Russiagate, like this concern about Russian influence in our political dialogue. So, I mean, that was a major thing that kind of happened over the last 10 years. But counter to that, I think a lot of people were recognized that was censorship and were upset about that. I think that kind of fueled Trump coming back into office in 2024 was people realizing that they were getting censored. Elon Musk purchased Twitter and rebranded it as X. So like it seemed as though there was this swing one direction, then it swung wildly back in the other direction. And again, my perspective is probably a little different because I'm a content creator, but just wondering what you guys kind of think on sort of the dynamics of how that happened and where that might be going.
Well, it's that social conditioning narrative fight again. People are I think needed to have reasons to say things that had to be censored to keep a lid on. Like you say, the election, the Hunter Biden laptop, COVID, disinformation, and like that's what made people aware of its presence. Like it was always there. It was just hidden until you're the one who gets shadow banned, or you're the one who gets kicked off, or you're the one who gets a strike and your video taken down. So people are like, what's going on? Like I didn't, everything I have is cited, or, you know, I didn't like say any lies. There was no slanderous or bullying, but they just come up with whatever they want to censor it. And then Elon buys Twitter after bin Talal was taken out of the picture. You know, that's the whole thing with the Saudis and stuff that kind of was under the rug, but was a big deal in like 2018, say. And the human trafficking executive order to cut funding too. After that, Elon had a chance to buy it, and then he released those Twitter files. Like Matt Taibbi was the one reporting on that. I know you interviewed him for that. Yep. And that was basically these deep state apparatchiks are emailing or texting, DMing these Twitter engineers saying like, oh, you can't have that, you can't have this, we don't want you to have that. So it's like, it's quasi-national, really, at that point. It's just a disinformation ministry that they can steer the narrative with. And like, we wouldn't have known that if these events that, you know, people felt so passionate about to report in that way never happened. So like, it had to be this way, right? That's another phrase. Yeah. So I think that, you know, it makes a big difference because now it's going the other direction, like you say. So platforms like Rumble and Truth and stuff, like people are saying a lot of those things.
I also kind of wonder if, so there was this wave of censorship and then people started turning to these like really obscure platforms like Gab, or like Nick Fuentes was censored off of everything. So he just made his own site, cozy.tv.
Okay.
So I wonder if like, because people were going to so many of these other sites that they had to kind of roll it back and be like, okay, so now Twitter's a censorship-free platform. Now you can come back on here and say anything.
I think it was like Twitter was that was like the instant update sort of narrative control, you know, like things would trend. They decided what trended and what didn't. It was like this sort of get things into people's minds kind of platform. It was the best one at that. So I think
it's like the news site, right?
Yeah, and stuff trends though too. So like what you see in your feed is what's trending, right? And as it gets more play, it goes. So like if you can control bots and control how the play goes, then you get to amplify things. And if you control the algorithm, you get to demonetize things or shadow ban things and stuff like that. So I think the control of that was arrested from those people. It wasn't like a happenstance kind of thing. And like that's what allowed that sort of shift to occur.
Do you guys have any thoughts on the censorship? I mean, just based on maybe the content that you consumed over the last 7 to 10 years and seeing kind of, again, things get taken down, people get demonetized. Alex Jones, for example, I think has been kind of a target of that where
almost everyone I listen to, except like maybe 2 people, are still on YouTube. And this was before, but as soon as they mentioned the Hunter Biden laptop, they were all gone. I'd say like 20 to 25 channels that I like would regularly listen to were just all gone on one day. It's like, holy shit, they just like wiped them all out. And like that was a big wake up for me too. I was like, oh, so you can't like trust these sites. Like Google owns this shit. Yeah. And Eric Schmidt, what has he been up to? So
I think the first wave was like 2018 where like Free Thought Project got taken down and a bunch of like 500 different accounts all got taken down in the same day or something.
Okay.
And on different, the big thing about it too was that it would happen across different channels, across different websites.
Yeah, all in concert.
Like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube would all take down the same person basically on the same weekend.
Right.
It's like, oh, you guys are independent companies. Like, you're
they got the same email from Officer so-and-so at the Department of FBI or Department of Interior or something like that.
I mean, that's how fast everything occurs now. Everything is just moving at the, almost the speed of light as far as, how fast can that information travel through the internet and through the phone lines. I mean, honestly, man, this whole censorship thing, I kind of been sitting here the last 15, 20 minutes or so, and when I hear you sort of sit here and ask like, well, what do you think Trump's, what do you think the chances the Republicans are, next season? Like, well, they got a great quarterback coming in. These guys, they got a great defensive line. It's like this is how I feel about it. I honestly do, because the stuff that I have, I buried myself in conspiracy theories for years. If the audience hasn't figured out yet, but for me, I like to look at what the nuts and the bolts of everything. The bullets and the soap and the toiletries and the commodities, and these are the real things. Is when people that get into the theories really start to talk. A great way to watch how everything's going to move is look at the most boring shit possible. Look at the stupidest,
The price of beef.
banal, meat prices. Remember when that giant container ship blocked the Suez Canal for like 2 weeks or whatever?
Yeah, evergreen.
How much did the world market get fucked up because of that? And the wonderful thing was, also, at the same time, small aircraft were crashing into large logistics centers all across the United States. Oh my gosh, these pilots are drunk.
Yeah, food plants too.
Holy shit, these food packing plants, oh my God, they're all catching on fire. What's going on? And all of a sudden, all the food prices are high. And they're still high. Because that's the juice. That's where you're going to see the guys. That's where you're going to see the guy up on a hillside in California in just some black op wet work operator who's setting up on a hillside shooting a rifle into a transformer station that that supplies power to 300,000 families.
That happened in North Carolina too.
Yes,
shooting
it did.
transformers.
It did, because these are the small scale infrastructure attacks that are occurring all around the United States, with physical attacks.
Wildfires too.
I know there was a whole thing with the blue roof and how it was like the laser couldn't burn the ground. A lot of those blue roofs were metal roofs. They just weren't going to burn anyways. But the fact that there was some kind of contingency in place, that all of a sudden these homes are getting bought up, and there's just so many things there's so many different, they can't plug the leaks is what I'm saying. This whole censorship thing, and how Jack was saying is kind of it was inevitable that these things were going to be exposed, is because you can't plug all the leaks. Someone's always in a bush with a camera phone filming something. There's always going to be a way for it to get out. And as much as these sort of, these people who are promoting these new forms of technology and how we can really, manipulate society, and how we can really get votes our way, or how we can bring communities together. And there was this, I listened to this show, and I get this ad nonstop for AT&T with Ryan Seacrest for AT&T, applauding. We should applaud AT&T for keeping American communities together. It's this big, just jack off promo about how AT&T is so great. When AT&T is responsible for building DUMBs, like deep underground military bases back in I think as much as there's available for people to oppress us, there's always going to be white hats who are going to learn this shit and blow it wide open. You know what I mean? Like that T.com app. Those idiots that made that app. I don't know if you heard about T.
Oh, yeah, the leak.
It was a way for women to share information about men they were seeing, or, men they were interested in, and they could build these fucking gossip dossiers and all these guys. And then some dude on 4chan just happened to pull up their code and realize that these broads made it with AI, and it just completely got shot to shit. And they exposed it all on the internet, and immediately the whole thing was hacked, and all these idiots. Some of these women were DOD employees that used their fucking CAC cards to sign up for the fucking website. Like the amount of idiocy that is out there is really the problem. It's just like people their minds are getting scrambled, and they're just falling hook, line, and sinker for this bullshit. Where it's like, follow the money. What is increasing in the world? It's war, problems, disease, resource scarcity, but it's all fabricated.
Yeah,
it's fucking fabricated.
Yeah, it's a bug. It's not a bug. It's a feature.
censorship is just it's a real thing. That's the problem. Is like the red herrings have real consequences. It isn't just like some made up thing in a movie or a play or a book. The red herrings have real consequences in this world. People die because that's the kind of Malthusian sort of attitude that these, I don't know.
Well, to bring it back to COVID too, right? Like they censored people saying
break a few eggs to make an omelet.
They censored people who said you could take ivermectin or like alternative treatments like vitamins, right?
You could just let your immune system deal with it, and if you die,
or that too.
Like the problem. I mean, there's so many different. There's not just one aspect of this. It's almost as if there's some sort of like spirits that are entities that are kind of in charge of these different problems in the world. You know what I mean? Because there isn't just one thing. There's several things. Some of them overlap. They have similar interests, but
Pharmakia.
I mean, it's great it's popular for millennials to want to hate on the boomers and blame them for ruining the world. But I mean, there are some sort of like, there is this kind of like vampiric attitude where it's like, well, we're going to live forever. You know what I mean? And let's all take it with us when we go. We had our run because they're the method of brainwashing that they endured. Because they thought what they were doing was right because everything was stodgy and oppressive. But I don't know. I'm kind of ranting.
Well, Chris, I want to let you in here too. You haven't had a chance on this subject. Do you have anything to say about censorship? Because you had a lot to say about this professional class and this expertise. Yeah. Like that has to play into the censorship that we have endured too, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think the only thing I would add. So there was this one model where there's this stuff going on, and the technological means that become available to talk about those things going on reaches people who it shouldn't. So there's this sort of clampdown in the form of like a stronger movement toward like censorship and like describing things as like keeping communities safe and keeping misinformation. That's the big one from getting out to people. I think behind that, though, we have this idea. The people, I think, behind these movements are not always. They don't have like an Enlightenment era type attitude toward what information actually is. I think it's different. The Enlightenment attitude is that people are kind of atomic. They're like sort of self-contained, cut-off units that have opinions about things which exist in the outside world. Sort of a Newtonian paradigm of information. But with the advent of communication networks that sort of pervade everything, computers and phones and having encyclopedias in your pockets and that sort of thing, there is a subtle movement towards this idea of transhumanism, which is just the idea that we are not cut off at all, actually. We're actually extensions. Everything about us is an extension of the technology that we use. And so people actually aren't like individual units with opinions. They're sort of like this information ecosystem.
I don't know. Is there like a bird in there or something?
Sounds like, I don't know.
Is there a bat in my belfry?
I think it's a bat.
Hey, do you guys remember the Ghost? Do you guys remember the Primo Nutmeg Ghost?
No.
No?
I have a bat.
Is that what that is? I don't know.
I think it's a fucking bat, dude. It's up in there. I think it's in the air vent.
Oh. Or living in that wall.
Oh, is that you?
No, I'm answering. I'm trying to communicate with it.
Go away. We're recording.
Sorry, Chris. Blew up your spot there.
No worries. It might even be apropos. Being interrupted
because it's vampiric.
I don't know, just being interrupted by like a living organism. That's where you're talking about transhumanism.
Yep.
Anyhow, so the idea in transhumanism, the idea is that people don't have opinions. They are kind of like part of an ecosystem of information. So there's not like, and it also plays into, there's not like this sort of hard reality that we can understand with science because everything is narratives.
Yeah.
So hard science is also a kind of narrative. So there's a skepticism toward that, and there's not this like center of reality that we come back to. Instead, it's like, oh, things can be equally real in like a Trump type. Suppose we say it's like a website, like a cyberspace, like a Trump type website, like Truth Social, and say something like old Twitter.
I don't know.
Sky.
Or was
I don't know if that's the case though. Like, isn't there a fundamental disagreement on what reality is?
Well, I mean, that's just it, isn't it? Is that like there's no. It's more like, sort of mind-gut relations. Like if you eat something or you talk to somebody who has a different opinion, it like messes with your mind, and like you kind of move from being like in one ecosystem to another. It's not like we're all trying to like arrive at kind of what objective reality is. So that's why we say misinformation instead of lies.
Mm. So like,
'Cause you
believe these things because of who you are and how you were raised and that kind of.
Yeah, sort of. What kind of information you're exposed to? Because you could build a fully functioning
like you're
information
exposed to Russian disinformation
ecosystem. Yeah, like which seems completely normal because you're just around it all the time. So, I think when we talk about censorship, it's in that context, it's really kind of a different thing. It's more like we're shepherding people into sort of best practices, let's say. We don't know what reality is, but we think this is like...
Yeah, and who writes those best accepted practices?
Well, yeah, actually,
the NGOs.
That's actually an interesting take you have, because for me, thinking financially, it's a hell of a lot cheaper to have like these little kind of like-minded, I wouldn't say like cult of personalities, but these little kind of cultural figures that sort of shepherd their little flock together and sort of mind it, rather than having this like obvious apparatus to kind of clamp down on everybody. I mean,
it's a large version. It's a larger scale version of what's called a parasocial relationship.
Okay.
And if people aren't aware of what that is, it's kind of like, has anybody listened to like Duke by Genesis? Anybody in the audience? Probably not.
Yes, once or twice.
Somebody you see on TV enough that you start to think that they're your friend. And that's kind of what it is if you if you like with a streamer or like.
Oh, absolutely.
Which of the time you think, because you're sort of interacting with them. You're in a chat room, but you like that you think that you actually know them.
Yeah, I mean, I know someone very well.
I just want the entire audience to know that I am your friend.
Yeah, I know him pretty well.
I mean, I have someone I know really well that it's like carries on a conversation with Newsmax while the president is speaking. You know what I mean? Like that's right.
God.
Yeah, and that makes whatever they're talking about.
Oh, don't
real,
forget
right?
what. Don't. Well, he better mention what that thing, and then it's like it's just this constant like yes reward, like ringing my bell, like I'm.
And that makes whatever they're talking about seem real, right? Because your friend is talking about it, and they seem like a normal person, emotionally stable. They're informed about things.
Yeah,
it's just that
within
on like a wider scale. So not everybody. I don't think it's like an explicitly stated stance, but you do see people like in large tech organizations beginning to adopt that kind of point of view. Like I think Peter Thiel said something like he believes that computers should be treated like people because they have an equal form of consciousness to human beings.
Yeah, Peter Thiel gives me nightmares.
Yeah, he's a creepazoid.
Well, going back to the conspiracy theory thing, what's interesting is that if you look at like a lot of movies over the last 20, 30, 40 years, they all have the same narrative that these cybernetic beings have souls, right? Like you get Data from Star Trek, or even in instances where
Bicentennial Man.
Well, even in instances where like there's an original movie where there's like it's computers are evil. There's a sequel where they're better, like think of Terminator.
Right.
Like the first one, he's a bad guy. The second one, he's a good guy.
Hey, we all make mistakes, all right?
Right.
There's a worse bad guy.
So I think it's kind of like being driven into our subconscious that like, yeah, computers can be sentient beings like us that have souls.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, one thing that comes to mind when I think about that is how we maybe this kind of plays into the transhuman thing a little bit, but like we tend to associate whatever technology that we use with like the essence of what it is to be like a person or a human, like the gods and the Age of Pericles were all smiths, and in the 17th century they were clockmakers, and now they're going to be probably some sort of you have simulation theories, some sort of like form of artificial intelligence.
Well, so
Coding.
going into AI, I think AI is kind of driving people nuts because there are people out there who think that they have relationships with AI. There's people who think that AI is proposing to them to get married, and they're doing that. There's other people who think that AI is God, or that they have some kind of messianic relationship with the AI.
Yeah.
And I honestly think this is going to become like a cult,
Yeah.
in the near future, is that people are going to think that AI is God, or again, we're living in
Deus
some
ex machina.
Yeah.
Well, my
simulation or
quick
something.
take on that, talking about the future again, is I think the old narrative, like the pre-war idea about technology, was that it was going to accelerate and supersede humans, like they were just going to become perfect and we were going to become their servants. I think that people are going to start to think that they're AI, that they're robots,
Preach it.
because we're going to figure out we can formulate most aspects of human experience and reduce it to numerical interactions. So we're going to start to think, well, maybe I'm just a robot, or maybe I'm just sort of
Daniel Dennett's Revenge.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. So people are actually going to think that they are robots.
Yeah, I mean, people already do. I don't know if they fully commit to it in a consequential kind of way. Like,
Well, maybe they will once you get it like
Maybe they will.
implantable cybernetics.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
stuff,
Once they
right?
get
So-
Neuralink and they actually are kind of robots.
But yeah, I think that's
Get the mark.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the mark thing kind of comes up a lot. There's always some new mark of the beast that everybody's going to take. But
I mean, getting a computer chip in your brain is kind of
That's pretty
but
far.
that's
in, man.
like, but for but that is like the most layman kind of armchair conspiracy theorist. That is a classic kind of dog whistle where it's like, oh, the mark of the beast, man, because in the in the 80s and 90s it was barcodes. And it
there
just-
is a 666
Okay.
in UPC codes.
whatever. There's
I'm just
also a
saying.
bunch of other numbers too. Like for me, it has never become closer to being almost there as far as this is too much to unpack for just this show. But the transhumanist issue and the acceptance of humanity merging with machines and using
and transgeneticism too.
I was just going to say CRISPR. These are the things where we really start. This is where it's becoming, everything is, we've already talked about polarizing things and everything's becoming more extreme and, extreme. Everything's being, can you believe how crazy it is? Can you believe how violent it is? Can you believe how wealthy these people are? Can you believe how poor those people are? Can you believe how sick those people, rumors, wars and rumors of wars.
Yeah. Days of Noah.
In the days of Noah, and I don't want to hijack your political show and start talking about religion, but that is that is the end that everyone is going to come to. And I was discussing this with you earlier before the show. I have seen more and more of my friends and acquaintances reach a point where they have a come to Jesus moment. And they realize that there is more going on here than just the CIA. There's more.
Well, but it is related because
it is related.
I don't know if you guys know who Whitney Webb is. She's been a guest on the show several times, and she has written books on Epstein and how his blackmail network,
Right.
and how Epstein had a very strong interest in transhumanism
Yeah.
and technology
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
and financing of that.
Yes, and spreading it.
But she's stated we're in a spiritual war.
Also, anti-grav technology. He was into that too.
anti-grav,
Anti-grav,
like anti-gravity.
like anti-gravity.
I heard about that. I heard it's good.
Yeah,
Can't put it down.
It's great. Yeah.
Good joke.
TR3B.
But
But no, she said that we're in a spiritual war.
No, it absolutely is.
No matter, I think exactly what church you go to, you have to acknowledge that, like, these big moral dilemmas are a spiritual dilemma.
I can't really.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to just kind of boil it down to just like the moonshine shot of all of it is, God has set up its laws. There are laws of reality, and there are laws that if you subscribe to Christianity or Islam and some forms of Judaism, that there is a system of sin, atonement. There are prices to be paid for humanity's transgressions against the natural law, but that also humanity has a birthright that we were given this planet to rule, under the Lord. And the thing with transhumanism, the thing that worries me about it is because this may be the thing that actually invalidates people to receive the rights as a human being,
right?
Because we're no longer human beings.
It's people giving up their humanity.
The people willingly giving up their humanity,
and the wish for death and shall not find it.
That is what's laid out. If it doesn't, you don't have to really dig too far into the language of Revelation and the prophetic language of the apocalypse in the Bible to understand that is what it is saying. It's like people are going to willingly give up what it means to be human.
Yeah, invalidate the covenant.
And they're going to open themselves up to...
Well, they're going to think that it's going to like give them immortality to upload their brain into a computer or something.
We've been saying this entire time that there's always this hidden groundwork underneath all of whatever is going on that continues to kind of move the ball down the field toward this eventual goal, which is what? Just consolidating everything and,
total control.
It just continues to kind of withdraw into itself to create this sort of like kind of hardened, unassailable fortress of domination, And I feel like the transhumanist thing that's really the biggest, that's really like one of the most dangerous things in the future, because all of this technology, like when we had the Patriot Act, they didn't roll out everything, but it's there. It's always there. Those contingency plans have never gone away. They've never repealed any of that shit.
Right. Well, Congress renews it continually.
Yeah, all the time.
Yes. So all of that stuff, if the shit hits the fan and the lumpenproll decide to get guns and rise up, we have all this stuff. And according to our laws, it's legal. So there are going to be those idiots who are like, well, they're breaking the law, and they're going to go along with it while they're, boop, boop, swiping their wrists at the checkout. Because who are these radicals, I'm trying not to lose my train of thought with this, but
AI.
Yeah.
Transhumanism.
So, who's to say? There's been backdoors built into all kinds of systems over the years. Things like Robert Maxwell and Promise, where he got this software system all across our Department of Defense. And they had a backdoor that was stealing defense secrets and nuclear secrets and pipelining them over to Israel for the Mossad. And then there's all kinds of different backdoors that are built into every single type of software and smart device that you have, where they're able to, if they wanted to, they could just they could fuck with you.
They could blow up your beepers.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, oh my God. Let's not talk about how brilliant that was and how just nefariously brilliant. Some of those guys had those devices for a long time. Yeah. It wasn't like they all showed up at their houses at the same day and they're all like, whoa, new beeper, cool. And, no, they literally, some of those guys, they were working on that for years just to get them all in the right place for them to flip the switch and blow them all up. How fucking crazy is that? But what's to say that there isn't in Star Wars, he's got the restraining bolt. Oh, let's that droid's acting up.
Yeah, it's total control if you're an appliance.
You're putting a electronic lattice into your body, and you're putting a chip in your head, and you're having Neuralink. You're just signing up for the fucking hive mind, You're signing up to be just switched off at random.
Well, yeah, it's the Antichrist, right?
Yeah, it's to be Borg, right? It's to like give up
That's
your
not being a human being.
It's to give up your soul and individuality to this hive mind.
Sure.
So.
Just be a battery tended by drones.
That's what I think.
Yeah. Well, I think all right. We're at 2 hours now. Let's take one more break, and I want to kind of move off of politics in our next segment and get a little more lighthearted as we enter our final hour. But
I think we pretty much exhausted everything that we could say. So
I'm done.
All right. Well, we're going to take a break. Here's some more classic Primo Nutmeg / Primo Radical clips.
Is rock and roll dead?
Yes.
No.
Wow. A disagreement.
Yeah.
Patrick, why is rock... Well, Jack, let's go with you first. Why is rock and roll dead?
I think as a art form, I don't know what that was. It wasn't me.
That was a weird noise.
It wasn't me.
I think
that was the death of rock and roll right there.
Yeah,
that was
squeaked out.
The last gasp of rock and roll.
I think it was my water bottle.
Just queefed out of Van Halen's fingernail there. All right, so I think rock and roll is dead because there's only so much you can do creatively that pushes the envelope with a 4-piece modern rock arrangement. And that that sort of expression peaked in about 1972 to 5, and then everything after that has just been like reinterpretations of that initial groundwork. So it's finally just petering out. Like, because rock was cool in the 70s, sucked in the 80s. No offense to Van Halen and your opinion.
That's fine.
And
no, I know.
Cool
again, I know it's bad music,
cool.
but I like it.
And we got cool with grunge, but not as cool as the 70s, and then went back down with new metal.
Right.
And then got kind of cool again at like the 2000s with sort of like the hipster kind of rebirth of alternative, but not as cool as it was in the 90s, which wasn't as cool as it was in the 70s. So,
Patrick, why is rock not dead?
Oh, can I just add a disclaimer first? He only listens to free jazz from the early 60s. So go ahead.
Well, as long as there's a kid with a guitar in a garage somewhere, rock and roll's not dead. It's a spirit, it's an attitude. Sure, most of the new rock bands, so-called rock bands that come out today are just filled with synthesizers. It's closer to 80s yacht rock than anything else that I've heard. It's certainly no punk rock from 1977, no Ramones, no Stooges from 1969, but there's always hope. It's like you can't... Sure, it's not commercially viable anymore as an art form. Maybe it's not a mainstream phenomena that it used to be, but that doesn't mean it's dead, There's always hope, especially today where like a kid can record an album in his bedroom so easily. I mean, there's the technology to get it out to an audience that like never before, so it's never going to die completely. Just like blues will never die or jazz will never die. Just because it's not commercially viable does not mean it's dead.
Yeah, and I don't mean it like that. I just mean that I definitely don't mean, if you really look at like the Billboard charts, there was only a couple years there where like harder rock really even penetrated at all. It's like 1970, 71 was like when Zeppelin was on the top 100, Deep Purple was kind of on the top 100, Sabbath got a couple tunes on there. So I don't mean from that, but like even the good bands now, because there are a lot of good bands like Graveyard, for instance. They're a pretty contemporary rock band, hard rock band, but I like them because they sound like the old 70s.
Yeah,
stuff.
me too.
Not because
Tame
they're
Impala
like,
reminds me of like 60s music.
Exactly. So they're not like, they're just being very good scholastics in the history of rock and roll. They're not actually...
I guess maybe that's the question. Is there another phase in rock and roll that's going to happen?
Yes, and it's just going to be like shittier. It's just going to get worse and worse. Like look at country music.
Yeah.
Country
doesn't exist anymore.
Well, country's the opposite though. It's got such like a stranglehold over the marketplace that it's...
But it's not really country. It became...
No, I'm not saying it is, but it identifies itself as country.
Right.
So therefore it is country.
I guess, insofar as Limp Bizkit was rock.
Right. So that'll be the state of affairs. Like the next good thing will be worse than the worst thing was 40 years ago,
Right. That's something to look forward to.
Right.
So, Hurricane, have you seen any concerts this summer?
Yeah, I got arrested at one.
Did you?
Yep.
What happened?
Well, I decided to have a few drinks. And, oh, sorry. Yeah, I decided to have a few drinks, and I went to some fucking stupid country concert. I just go there to drink. And so we were on the lawn.
You only went to the concert to drink?
Yeah, pretty much.
Can you just go to a bar?
Well, you can tailgate, and then you go in, and then just fucking, I wander around. That's a problem. When I go to concerts, I wander around and meet new people, and that's kind of what I did at Slightly Stupid when I went in earlier July. And I just like to wander around and like kind of meet people and, you know, bum cigarettes if I don't have any. It's kind of a fun time. But anyways, so I was waiting in line to take a piss, and the security guards all like at the Meadows, you know, where all the what do you fucking the pissers are. It's like that one big section. So I'm like standing there, and then there's the hill, and then there's the trucks, and there's like the backstage.
Right.
So all the security guards like were like pounding on this one kid like because he was fighting. So all their attention's there. So I just walked down the hill, walked under a couple trucks. Then I just like found my way into the backstage VIP area, and there's like fucking 50,000 people out there. I was like, wow, this is fucking awesome. Now, I don't like country music. I think it sucks, but at the same time, it was pretty fucking cool. So like I decided to walk out and try and get out of there because I didn't want to be there anymore. And as soon as I walked out, I was walked out by a security guard. So I thought they were just going to kick me out. And they hand me over to the Hartford police, and I got arrested.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well,
for sneaking backstage?
Yeah.
What was it, trespassing?
I got 4 days of community service at court.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm halfway done. I just got 2 more days. I'm done.
Yeah, it's not bad, but still, I mean, taking
5 minutes of fucking. Yeah, I know it was stupid. He could be a terrorist.
Like meandering into some stupid little secluded area.
Yeah, and I don't understand. It's fucking stupid, but whatever.
But did you enjoy it while you were there?
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
So was it worth it?
No. Well, it would have been worth it if I just got kicked out.
Yeah.
Well, and then the funny part is I got impounded or whatever, so I'm in the cell, and there's some fucking weird people that go into the Hartford cells at night.
I imagine.
Oh, yeah. There was like this one like homeless guy in there. He just like was staring at me. I'm like, oh, man, I got to get the fuck out of here.
So, now you keep your butthole tight. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, I was in a cell alone, so then I finally fucking got out. He was like, oh, the one cop's like, what are you in here for? DUI, boy? I was like, no, I just want to get. I was at a concert and I got kicked out and got arrested. Oh, so they let me out, and as soon as I walk out to outside Hartford at 1 a.m, there's a black lady fighting the cops right in front of me. I was like, wow, this is fucking awesome. So I like walked up to it. I was just like checking it out, you know. I'm like, wow, this is pretty fucking cool. So I'm like, yeah. I asked the cop, I'm like, hey man, I just need to get a taxi. I need to get the fuck out of here. He's like, oh, just walk down the street. So then I walked down the street, and then the bars were still open. I'm like, man, I want to fucking I want to kind of drink some. I'm having a shitty night. So
now, there's a lot of folks out there who would actually say that our intervention in Iraq had to do with monetary policy. Because going back to 2000 or 2002, Saddam Hussein was talking about getting out of the petrodollar system that Nixon set up when he took us off the gold standard, getting out of the petrodollar system and selling OPEC oil for euros, which had been created not too long before that. Then, you know, folks also say this is the same thing that happened in Libya with the gold dinar that Gaddafi wanted to set up, and then we started bombing and removed him from power. So do you think that there's any legitimacy to that claim, or do you think that we invaded for other reasons?
Well, I think that was a major reasons. I think finances always are the major part of it. In our control, we have an empire, and it's not the old-fashioned kind, but we control people, and as long as these vicious dictators do what we tell them, you know, they're our friend. If they want to change their rules, like Hussein did and Gaddafi, then we turn on them and we have to get rid of them. But I think this is even some of the problems going on with China right now. China's, what they're doing is exactly what you said that Iraq and Libya was doing, is threatening to have another currency. They want to have a gold yuan and, you know, and buy and sell oil with a different currency. And of course we're threatening China all over. We're not saying, why don't we correct our own problems and solve some of these problems? We just go and threaten other people. But I think this is a sign of the failing of the dollar, and you should, if you have a sound currency, you don't have to beg and plead and force people to use it. They would want to use it. So this is I think a something that goes on all the time, and I think we do want to protect the dollar because it gives us tremendous benefits. If it's dethroned and it's less powerful as a reserve currency than it was 10 years ago, and if it's dethroned, it's going to be a big deal. It's going to really hurt our economy, and we're going to have a lot more inflation, and interest rates are going to go up. So we should anticipate that day.
There's so many different conspiracy theories that you have covered over the years. I'm just wondering, are there any in particular that you think are especially, absolutely true? And are there any that you question, or any that maybe you think is complete bunk?
I unequivocally do not believe Lee Harvey Oswald killed John Kennedy.
Okay.
I also do not believe we were told the truth on 9/11. I mean, I believe the buildings went down naturally,
sure,
but I do not believe the explanation we got. And here's my biggest thing, and I'll keep it brief. How can you have a 9/11 commission report, doing a complete report, and a third building went down at 5:20 that afternoon, and it's not even mentioned?
Are there any conspiracy theories?
Are you aware of Building 7?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, how can that not even be mentioned? There's no explanation has been given for that. Why not? I think it's rather important. A third building goes down that wasn't hit by planes. It wasn't even mentioned in the report. Yet if you go to the government today and ask a question about 9/11, they will refer you to that report, which doesn't even talk about Building 7. Well, that alone deserves to be put under the microscope. So what else? And plus, I'll finish with this, then I got to run. I had Sergeant April Gallup look me right in the eye and tell me face to face she was in the very room in the Pentagon where the alleged plane hit. She looked me right in the eye and said there was no plane. Now, do I not believe her? Because she actually stumbled out the hole and was recovered on the ground outside. She told me, Governor, there was no luggage, there were no seats, there were no bodies, there was nothing. Look at the Pentagon. All they did was there was a hole in the wall and then they covered it up with a tarp.
Governor,
did you ever see any fragment of a plane? No. I could go on, see if you study stuff and really get into. Remember, I'll finish with this. England did a study and found out conspiracy theorists are generally more intelligent than other people because they don't accept the answers, they do their own research.
That was a very weird moment when I got the JFK financing from Warner Brothers, because they wanted me. I had come off of Born on 4th of July and Wall Street, and they really wanted me. So I said, I want to do a murder mystery. And they said, great. And I sold them the JFK, which I really didn't know all the implications of what I was doing either, but I sold it to them as this is a great, tense story. Who killed him? And how did it go down? They loved that. So we made the movie, and I made it 3 hours and 10 minutes. It's a lot. And I made it without too much interference at all, because the secret was they wanted to make Christmas of '91. And I really knew that there was a lot at stake here. If I could rush it and get it ready, they would take it for that time. It had been set for a '92 release, there was no way I would get through that. I would have been tested, it would have been previewed to death. And by the way, it's a complicated film, and a lot of people would say, I don't understand that. And, they would have been. Then the committee comes in, the committee of 10 or whatever, and they start the fixing.
All right, guys. So not only are we celebrating the past 10 years, but we're also celebrating the last 10 years of this show. I just wanted to share some statistics with you. So our last 10 years, we've done 300 episodes, 35 live streams, 12 episodes of a Rockfin show called Uncensored. Gotten over 4.5 million views on YouTube, nearly 31,000 YouTube subscribers, nearly 78,000 followers on X. Have had tons of big guests: Bob Backlund, Noam Chomsky, John McAfee, rest in peace, Jill Stein, Cindy Sheehan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Jason David Frank, rest in peace, and several other members of the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers cast. Donovan, Martin Barr from Jethro Tull, Ralph Nader, Hoist Gracie, Ken Shamrock, Ron Paul, Cynthia McKinney, WWE's Kane, also known as Glenn Jacobs, Vermin Supreme, Charles Fleischer, who was the voice of Roger Rabbit. I'm sure you remember that, Rob. Dan Jurgens, Richard Wolf, Abby Martin, Ray McGovern, Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, Matt Taibbi, Max Blumenthal, Aaron Mate, Lee Camp, Katie Halper, Rania Kalik, Jimmy Dore, Jesse Ventura, former governor of Minnesota and WWE personality, award-winning director Oliver Stone, Whitney Webb, Kim Iverson, George Galloway, Glenn Greenwald, Marianne Williamson, Tulsi Gabbard, and former Senator Mike Gravel, rest in peace, and many others. So,
including Shane.
I've had a lot of big guests on the show. I just want to mention some big news stories that actually broke on this show over the years. So, Jake the Snake Roberts calling out Honky Tonk Man for swooping in and grabbing expired trademarks. Jason David Frank challenging CM Punk to a fight in UFC. Mike Gravel co-endorsing Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard. And also just the overall story of his campaign staff misrepresenting him on Twitter because he didn't actually go on Twitter. Howie Hawkins buying into Russiagate and the rigging of the 2020 Green Party nomination. Tulsi Gabbard supporting amnesty for Julian Assange and also refusing Jill Stein's invite to join the Green Party. Jesse Ventura announcing that he was a write-in candidate in 2020. And the last big story, which was a big one, was Noam Chomsky saying that the unvaccinated should be excluded from society. That was picked up by several different news sources.
Mm-hmm.
So all that's to say, have accomplished a lot in the last 10 years. And, I'm very proud of that. And I guess I'd just be curious, looking back to the early days of Primo Nutmeg when we were just gathering in Big Steve's basement and hanging out and having a good time. I guess, did you expect that the show would kind of grow like this over time? Because I think it was a little unexpected, and I'm certainly proud of what we've done. Although the show has definitely changed a lot over the years, where it went from just hanging out to doing more interviews and whatnot.
Right. Well, it was definitely a lot of fun.
Yeah. What are your kind of your memories from the early days of Primo Nutmeg?
It was a big sort of like forum kind of format. You'd have sometimes for like the election or the debate analysis and stuff. There was probably like 6 of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
In a couple episodes.
Yeah, sometimes there was a lot of people like sharing mics and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was fun. It's kind of the anarchic sort of beginning of things. And when you formalize it, obviously, like we didn't get to go on and yap anymore, but it's pretty awesome that you got to do interview all those people. Like there's a lot of names on there that people you recognize and stuff from real life or fake life, whatever you want to say. And to be able to talk to people like that, that's pretty awesome.
Well, just to be honest, looking back, I really enjoyed the early days of Primo Nutmeg when we were just kind of gathered around and hanging out and talking about whatever. Because it wasn't just politics. We talk about the NFL and movies and stuff that happened in high school. Like, Let's talk about whatever. And I really had a lot of fun doing that. And like what happened is, I started like looking for guests, like kind of almost like thinking like sort of Joe Rogan sort of paradigm.
Mm-hmm.
Let's find like these big guests to have on. So had Bob Backlund on, then had Noam Chomsky, which was a big help to the show. Got a lot of followers from that, and then Jill Stein and all these people. So it became an interview show over time. But honestly, looking back, I really enjoyed the early days the most. Like that was the most fun.
Yeah,
and like
it's definitely more relaxed.
Yeah, like doing sort of the interviews. I really liked the big interviews and breaking news stories and like seeing CBS News articles saying, this person said this on Primo Nutmeg. But so that was cool. But like, there's also a chore aspect to it of like, I got to do an interview this week.
Yep.
Let's talk to somebody who put out some book I didn't read. And, it became,
who you are.
Yeah. There's a few people. Or like, I've had guests who just, I didn't enjoy having on or whatever. But let's just say like, looking back, I really enjoyed those early days. Those were the most fun, just hanging out and bullshit.
Have to get the band back together again.
Hanging on a trash can.
Yeah. Did you guys enjoy that? Like the early days? I mean,
yeah, a lot of fun.
Again, you guys have been on at least 7 episodes or more.
All multiples of 7.
I don't know. 7, 14, 21.
Prime numbers.
Weird. It has mystical significance, probably.
Probably.
I don't know. I was never really into numerology, so
yeah,
couldn't tell you.
Rob, we had some good episodes, right? Remember the Halloween episode that we did? Talked about like old ghost stories.
Yeah.
Talked about like scary movies and stuff. Yeah. And then again, like you were with me at Comic-Con where we interviewed all those people. Remember the guy who said he invented zombies?
Yeah, that was a little weird. I mean, that whole experience for me is kind of, it sort of boils down to like, I saw, who did we see? We saw the dude from Clerks.
Yep.
Was that the one where Michael Biehn was there too, or did I not see Michael Biehn at that one?
Maybe. They kind of blur together.
But yeah, basically, Dante from Clerks, and then the fella from Marvel Zombies claiming that he invented zombies as some kind of genre.
In like the 2000s.
We were sort of like, what do you,
40 years after Night of the Living Dead.
Have him like repeat. It was sort of like, wait, what? And, and he's just like, well, it's all because of me. I'm the one. Like, no, you're fucking not. Like, what
zombies?
So, and then going from that, and then to talking with the actor who played Roger Rabbit or voiced Roger Rabbit.
He was so drunk or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, that would be something where someone's like, oh, he took an Ambien. Because like it's just like, what is wrong with this dude? Like,
a little loopy.
Like, whoa, making direct eye contact with me while I'm filming the interview and saying, "I know who you are. Stop it."
The voice of Roger Rabbit. Keep in mind.
And I can't remember if he tried to like grab me or something, but he certainly was like pointing at me and like staring me dead in the eyes. Like,
do you do a lot of these Comic-Con type events?
You mean per day?
Or in the course of a year, maybe?
I don't believe in courses. I believe more in horses and forces.
So I did want to talk with you about your work at in Roger Rabbit, because that was one of my favorite movies growing up. When you first were approached to do that, was that something that you were really excited about, or did the movie just end up becoming bigger than you had imagined?
Those are two questions with different originations as to the point of view. Of course, I was excited to work with Bob Zemeckis and Steven Spielberg, and I anticipated it would be big, and I was proven correct.
The movie, actually, I found out is a little bit different than the book.
Who are you? Stop following me. Really. Stop it.
So what do you think it was that made that movie so magical and helps it hold up over time?
Well, it's a good story, mister. That's the essence of anything. Telling a story, it's the way you tell a story. And it has heart and has characters that you love and people that go through trials and tribulations and come out at the end. Why, it's no different than any picture, I tell you. Why, I ought to smack you, but I won't because my hands are in my pocket. Get away!
Thanks, Charles. I really do appreciate
it. All right, let's do that one more time. This time, tell the cameraman put on some trousers instead.
And I mean, I've only seen the only similar thing I could see is where someone's undergoing like deliverance ministry and they're literally like looking at someone who's like demonically possessed. Yeah. Like that was like the vibe I got from this guy. I was like, oh, your handler's like stepped away to get a coffee or something right now. Like this guy was like, who are you? Like George Clooney and Vern Affleck, who are you? Like, like I felt like, it was kind of scary.
Yeah, it's a little unnerving.
But yeah, in the beginning, there was a lot more of like kind of a gonzo thing. And, you and I had our own podcast going at the same time. And
well, that was a weird thing too, because in 2015, like 4 different people all started their podcast at the same time. And I don't know why that was. I don't know if it was Joe Rogan or
it was Joe Rogan for sure. I had too many people. I had a lot of people gassing me up saying, how many times have we had just deep ass conversations for hours in a basement over a bowl or two? And, Rob, you got a real gift for gab type of thing. You really can stir a drink as far as in a conversation. And then you can just go off on your rants and tangents and the way you string things together. You could do a great show. So I had a lot of my friends gassing me up and so I thought it'd be cool.
And that business model had good potential. Like Chris said, people like to identify with the people they watch and like eventually think that they're like part of the gang. Mm-hmm. So you're basically just having like a chill out in someone's basement.
Right.
And having deep combos.
And it's only a matter of time before you get picked up and you get mentioned on Rogan, and then you're going to be on Rogan because your show's going to take
right,
off.
like Tim Pool, IRL.
It's just going to fucking happen, you know?
One question to clarify the history here. I believe that John was the first one to do in the group to do a podcast.
I believe so.
And I don't think he was inspired by Joe Rogan. I think he was more like a Don West kind of.
I think it was Bill Burr because he was ranting like Bill Burr.
Oh, and he was freaking out about the application to Petco. Man, that was hilarious.
Yeah. What's a grotto?
I mean, I don't think I ever listened to John's show.
He had some pretty good episodes.
Okay, I thought you would listen to his show and then got the idea.
No.
Okay, so it really is like two separate.
Oh yeah,
okay. It was just the zeitgeist of the time. Like a lot of the guys I listen to now.
But it's funny because I heard about podcasts when I was working at Home Depot in like 2007. You know, like that was like the very, very, very. When the term itself.
Yeah, I mean, because Rogan started in like 2009, I think.
Yeah, he was pretty early to the show.
Well, and he got inspired by Tom Green. Did you ever see that clip? Like he went on Tom Green's podcast.
Yeah,
like this is really cool. Like you just like hang out and have guests and do whatever you want.
Yeah,
like you just like totally.
I mean, when you had
like the light bulb turned on,
like the kind of fuck you money that Joe Rogan's had for so long, from doing news radio and then becoming the host of Fear Factor, which netted him so much money,
and the Man Show.
Let's not forget about. Well, that was the
second Man Show. Yeah.
Of
it wasn't the.
Let's not forget Jimmy Kimmel once was the host of the Man Show. And,
doing blackface.
Bring on the Juggies, Carl
Malone. Yeah. So.
But that was the thing about Joe Rogan. I think why he's the most successful podcaster, because he married all these different audiences. These people who like knew him from news radio, the Man Show, Fear Factor, UFC his
had
comedy,
a lot to
and. Do you remember, like 2008, when he confronted Carlos Mencia? That was the big thing.
That was the thing. That was really the thing that kind of catapulted. So, as much as Joe Rogan was calling out Carlos Mencia for, being a fucking vampire and stealing everybody's material and regurgitating it as his own and sort of using everybody else's success to kind of propel his own, Joe Rogan's treated Carlos Mencia like a sacred cow and slaughtered him on the internet, and everybody. That was almost like his.
I remember
his
watching that like multiple times.
Yeah, he slew Carlos Mencia. He slew him.
Yeah,
and literally like ripped his heart out and ate his heart, like figuratively. That's. I mean, so in the beginning when you were first starting your show. I think you had approached me. I feel like I've told myself this story that we were going to do it, that we would do it together. Well, you know what I mean?
We did kind of, because I was on your show a couple times.
Right.
And again, you were on.
And then I was like, you've kind of got your way of doing things. I've kind of got my way of doing things. But what ended up happening with me was, I had an episode where I kind of didn't exactly name somebody, but I sort of discussed a kind of controversial thing that happened to me.
In all fairness, it was a very funny story.
Okay, it's hilarious. It's funny that it happened. But honestly, the blowback from it, just seeing, I just personally, maybe it's just my stomach for the whole thing. That was kind of the first nail in the coffin, where I don't think I just had the stomach to do it. I didn't have the time to invest in it. I didn't have
the time is difficult too, because when I started, I was single.
Right.
So since then I got married and had 2 kids, and like I don't have the time anymore.
I started married with a kid.
Yeah.
And then I had another kid.
Yeah, that was the first episode, right? Welcome to the
Dad's Workshop. We're just going to talk about dad stuff. We're going to be dads around here.
That Conan intro that you did too. That was
that's
awesome.
That's kind of like that's where like I can come up with that kind of shit on the spot.
Yeah, man, those skits that you did were fucking really funny. Like the thing when when the person is stoned, Like, he's a loser. Like, that shit is so fucking funny.
Got to bring back Tom
honestly, I
Foolery.
don't even remember.
Where's Patrick? He's
Or
the
like-
missing piece here.
How blitzed I was.
Do you remember
during
the
whole thing?
Do you remember the FBI Airlines? And then we had the John Ashcroft singing the song for it. Let the
Is that on my
eagle
show?
fly. Yeah.
Oh my god, man! See, now I have to go back and listen to some of these things. I do not remember. I remember there was an episode where I was interviewing Matt, and we were trying to talk about like his band and all this other stuff, and I got like shithoused, and I actually threw up in the middle of like the fucking show, and then like Boot and Rally come back for the rest. He's like. And I don't know if it's on tape, but it's me like, oh, sorry, man. I just like fucking puked, you know? I'm like, and I wasn't taking it seriously at all. And you had you from the beginning set out, and I knew this is his business. You're like, this is a mission. You're looking at me like, whoa, I never said that. But you clearly, came in, right, but you went to school and you did communication there. You did a radio show.
Well,
like you
again, it was fun.
You weren't winging it.
I had a lot of fun at first. Like
Yeah.
it was a lot of fun. In all honesty, it's gotten less fun over the years. I think just because of the monotony.
Because you're waiting, you have to wade into more bullshit. And you have to you have to stay relevant. You have to stay like,
And you're not just hanging out with your buddies.
And audience capture is a thing.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, I can't say this to upset the people.
Yeah. I mean, I dicked around for 8 or 9 episodes and got to the point where I was like, I can't just keep talking to my buddies here. Like, what am I going to do? Like, am I going to get what celebrity is going to come and talk to my ass? Like,
Bob Backlund.
I'd have to bump in. I had met Bob Backlund twice at Home Depot in Glastonbury, and my boss said, "Don't rent. He's not allowed to rent."
Why is Bob Backlund banned from the Glastonbury, Connecticut Home Depot?
At that
power wash and a crossface kitchen wing.
So that was my boss. My boss banned Bob Backlund because he tried to clear a blockage in a wood chipper with a broom, and he got the broom jammed in the wood chipper, and then tried to play it off like nothing had happened. And so the funny thing is, my boss was like, Bob Backlund would come into that Home Depot. So when I say I met Bob Backlund, I talked to him twice.
So you're not allowed to rent.
But I saw him multiple times because he lives right around me.
in Glastonbury.
So I would see him in Home Depot a lot. And my boss kind of had this thing where he's like, by like, how's it going, guys? And Brett would be like, get the fuck out of here. He's like, you're not allowed in here. One of these times. Like he was like, one of these times. I was like, why? Is that Bob Backlund? So I went out and told him, Mr. Backlund, oh yeah, the chicken. You like wrestling? Do you? Real like clap you on the shoulder. He was an intense guy. But yeah, he was like, he jammed up a wood chipper and caused a bunch of havoc. And my boss was like, you're not allowed to rent here anymore, you moron.
Found a championship belt in that thing.
I banned Kevin Nathan from NBC4 because Kevin Nathan rented he used to do sports. Now he's like an anchor. He rented a 2-man postal auger from us, 2-man postal auger, and you need 2 people. And the one thing I said is like, listen, this is how you set it up. This is how it runs. Here's the gas. Don't flip it over. Whatever you do, when you go to put the bit on the ground, put the machine through the top of the bit. Don't flip the machine over because it's a motor, Kevin.
You're going to flood it.
It's a motor, Kevin. There's oil, and the oil will back up through the airflow system, and it'll come out the air filter, and it just won't work. Kevin Nathan, don't do that, please. And he brings it back like an hour later. It doesn't work. Oh, really? Let's open it up. And the air filter just oil pouring out of it. Did you flip it over, Kevin Nathan from NBC4? Connecticut News?
Man, you're putting him on blast.
He did flip it. Because me and my boss eventually got it running, and it created a big white plume of smoke, and the Glastonbury Fire Department came. And meanwhile, Kevin Nathan from NBC4 Connecticut News was sitting there sort of like a kid, kind of toeing the ground like, oh, shucks.
No.
So
they're going to hear about this on the internet.
Anyway, man. Yeah, I just kind of ran out of steam, and I'm very happy that you kept at it.
Well, again, I'm kind of running out of steam at this point, but
I've gone back to morning zoo, man.
Yeah.
I've gone on long hiatuses and
Got a pretty cozy setup here.
What I see, and I don't want to keep delaying Chris, but one thing I do want to say is this
Think of something to say, Chris.
This guy, Andrew Callahan, Channel 5. You ever heard of this guy on YouTube? You know, All Gas, No Brakes, Channel 5.
No, I don't know who that is.
I mean, this guy literally, like, you know, I hate to be one of those older people who's like, that motherfucker stole our idea, man. But, like, he's out there doing the gonzo shit, driving around, doing townie talks, showing up to fucking weird rallies,
so on
like, talking to freaks. I'm like, this is what me and Steve... I mean, this is outside the National Press Club at the Deplorable, watching Vermin Supreme save a man's life.
Tim Pool was doing the same shit, too.
So I was going to say that, too. Like, that was a real gonzo adventure that you and I went on, was the 2017 inauguration.
Yeah.
And we saw Vermin Supreme save somebody's life.
Save a man's life. Yeah. I watched we saw a media plant in action. We saw a news crew with a producer walk a child into the crowd and position him by a pile of flammable debris. Mm-hmm. And then we watched the producer give instructions to the child, and then pointing in directions of we're going to be over there. Watched him walk away, watched the child take a lighter out of his pocket, light the debris, and then all of a sudden this news crew comes wandering through the crowd, walks right over to the kid. What are you doing? My name's Connor. I just want to say, fuck Donald Trump. Like, it was just like, and it was all over the news. Oh, it's the kid, the fuck Donald Trump kid, not my president, fuck Donald Trump. I want to say, fuck Trump. And I watched that all happen. I was like, and I couldn't believe it when I saw it on the news. Like, me and Steve were there. We saw that kid get put there as a plant. Like, what is going on? You know, that's
yeah.
That's
it was
real
pretty
shit.
orchestrated.
Oh,
but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of memories from that. Like, did you get maced too outside the press club? Because like I caught some of the mace when they were shooting mace at everybody.
No, I didn't get. I mean,
or not like while the inauguration was happening. I remember we were on K Street where there was that riot happening.
Yeah. So where they burned the limo, and then we were all packed in at the end of the street, and we were watching the cops move up the street, and we were watching maybe like 6 or 7 Antifa in the road, and then probably 1,000 people filming it. Everybody there was there for their own news outlet. Everybody was press. That's the one thing I noticed about that direct action.
Yeah.
Against Trump's inauguration was that everybody seemed to be there for some kind of website, some sort of press. Everybody was there to film it, and I saw maybe 8 to 20 black bloc type people
who may have just been feds.
Sure,
but yeah, or hired to do that.
That whole crowd at the end of the street as the riot police were coming up, and then remember when the cops came out of that storefront, just in the middle of the crowd, they busted through a side door in a business and just maced, like fire extinguishers of mace, dispersed the crowd. But yeah, where they burned the limo, like we got some really good photos at that time where they were all those people standing on top of the limo. It looked like something out of like Iraq.
Which again is funny if you think about J6 and like the riots against democracy or whatever. Like January 20th, 2017 was fucking like Washington D.C. was
setting cars on fire, setting cars on fire, smashing up
They're
buildings.
mostly peaceful.
And meanwhile, like, how did we start our day? We lined up out on what street was it? Where we lined up outside some building and got.
Was it DuPont Circle?
Yes, DuPont Circle.
It was the same place as when we went in the 2005 protest.
And we got free joints. From the Cannabis Club of DC, and I got interviewed by Japanese television.
Yeah, you were on Japanese TV.
And I can't find it anywhere.
Oh man!
Oh my god! It was like a solid 5-minute interview with this Japanese reporter. Like, how does marijuana make you feel? Like, what do you like? And I was sitting there like, well, I really like it, man.
That would have been that's gold.
Oh,
man.
it's out there. It exists somewhere in the world.
NHK, we gotta search your archives.
Like, wouldn't it have been weird if when you went to Japan, there was like pictures of me, like
oh, it's a happy guy,
stoned American. Like,
you're just like a Japanese.
Tobacco use.
I'm like one of
Mr.
those
Sparkle.
like kitty cartoons of like just like a red-eyed like.
Kawaii Rob.
I wish I could find it, man. I honestly do. Like, did they dub my voice? Like, did they change what I said?
Well, listeners out there, if you guys have any connection to Japanese media, look up the January 20th, 2017 broadcast. See if you can find Robbo. He's a stoned man with a big beard.
Dahmer glasses and a scally cap.
So some other things I want to talk about. This is more recent, but Jack, I'd love to hear about this from you because this was a big hit for all of us, I'm pretty sure. But this past summer, we lost a couple of people. One of them being Ozzy Osbourne, and you are a huge Black Sabbath fan, right? Like,
oh yeah,
I think they're your favorite band.
They're up there, that's for sure.
So, what was it like, having Ozzy pass away? Was it unexpected, or was it kind of not a big?
No, not really. I had seen like the tabloid coverage of him, walking through the neighborhood in Bel Air or whatever, and like having Parkinson's pretty bad. So,
wasn't there a silver alert a few years ago where like he got lost for a little while?
Probably. I don't know. I didn't really follow his career. All the stuff I like of his is getting on 50 years old now. So, all my life I'm gonna live to the top. I ain't gonna stop. That was like, all right, maybe you should. But yeah, he was a character, and no one has a bad word to say about him. I will say that. Like all the coverage I've seen of him, everyone's like, he just loved rock and roll. He loved what he was doing, and he was just a great guy. And that's what everybody says about him. So
yeah, he wasn't really an asshole. I mean, it didn't seem like it, right?
No, he's just a maniac, but like just a goofy maniac that everyone seemed to
like a cartoon character or something.
Yeah, he was larger than life, and he really just through his like sheer enthusiasm made a career for himself from 1969 to 2025.
Yeah. Remember we saw him in, I think it was 2016, went with Redwood and Paul.
Yeah, that was a great show.
Yeah, that was a good one. I'm glad I got to see him before he died because that was, I think, the last chance in the U.S. Although he did do that show, Black Sabbath reunited like a couple weeks before he died. And he did that show where he was sitting in the throne like he couldn't stand up.
Yeah, the farewell tour.
And, I saw that before he died, and like that's kind of cringe. Like he can't even stand up or whatever. But like in retrospect, it's kind of
he was fucking dying. Yeah, he's lucky he was able to do that. And he was yelling at the end. You see, they go like to take their bow, and he's like, "I want to fucking stand up, like stand me fucking up." And, like no one was listening to him, but he was trying to get people to just like pick him up so that he could like gesture to the crowd one last time. But he loved it. He fucking loved it.
So what do you think are Black Sabbath or Ozzy Osbourne's best songs?
Best songs? The whole album Paranoid is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Like there really is like no bad songs on that album.
That was like the first 70s rock album I owned. And that was, I don't know.
It's just a knockout.
Every song on that album is
great. It's great. So like I'd say that album is it's like the perfect hard rock album. But I mean, I love the whole catalog with Ozzy and Black Sabbath, and like his first two solo albums, I really like a lot too. The Randy Rhoads ones. So it's just great. And
do you like the more 80s stuff? Where it's like Shot in the Dark.
Not particularly. Like it's not bad. I'm just not like a big Zakk Wylde fan. Like I'm not like a huge fan. And Bob Daisley after Ultimate Sin stopped writing songs for him. And I think that was a big reason why I like his earlier albums too, is because Daisley and Rhoads writing together is really good.
Well, do you guys have any thoughts on Ozzy Osbourne or Black Sabbath? I don't know if
you got to go first, man, because I was.
Well, Chris, because you're a real music aficionado, right? Like you were in Guitar Circle and studied music theory and all this. Like, what are your thoughts on the legacy of Black Sabbath and Ozzy Osbourne?
He's no Henry Parch.
No, I am not. Well, he was a kind of my introduction to hard rock as well. I remember.
I thought you'd be more like Led Zeppelin.
They came a little bit later. I mean, they were kind of more like, because
who told you about him? Fraskers?
Black Sabbath. Well, it was kind of in the air. Like it was like 8th grade, so people were starting to like listen to like sort of classic rock, and my dad had like a big CD collection.
Okay.
And I kind of had this revelation one night, like, well, I can go and listen to a CD if I want to. So I did it, and I put on Black Sabbath. I think it was just like one of their compilation albums, and the first thing I heard was War Pigs, and it was all different after that. Because I was used to rock radio format being like, verse, chorus, bridge, chorus out. But this music had like sections to it. It had like an introduction with like there was like a horn going
Yeah,
off.
air raid siren.
And then there was like this kind of.
Well, that's the thing about music from that era is like it changed, right? Like, it didn't do one thing over and over again.
Well, in this case, there was almost like a narrative. Like then you had the piece, then you had the end. You had kind of like this coda, and for some reason that really tickled my imagination because you can like imagine because the last line was about Satan laughing.
Yeah,
and
right.
in the music, I could like visualize that. I could visualize it happening in that coda, and it was so cool. And it was the same thing for. I think Iron Man was in that compilation as well.
Yep.
It was just kind of the same because I don't think Tony Iommi is not like a schooled composer. So I think what he did was he just like had a cool thing. Okay, had a cool thing. Okay, how do these fit together? How about this, and this? It just sounds good. It's classic.
Yeah, they wrote most of it jamming and improv, and then took the sections that they liked from the improvs and sort of stitched them together.
Yeah, and I think for me, anyway, Black Sabbath was the better gateway to classic rock than Led Zeppelin, even though I later became infatuated with them as well. Because Led Zeppelin was kind of more like sort of working class, come home to my woman who's cheating on me kind of stuff. It doesn't.
Yeah, it's just blues.
It doesn't resonate in the same way.
And a lot of it's stolen.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that part at the time. But, it's like. It's about like, very like sort of sexualized kind of stuff, which I was kind of naive about that kind of stuff in like 8th grade. So the Black Sabbath stuff really was more like.
Yeah, Electric Funeral. I mean, you see the intro
Electric
to
Funeral
Terminator 2,
yeah.
where the tank is just like crushing the human skulls as it's going through. Like that's electric. That's the picture that Electric Funeral paints.
Yeah. And Paranoia's, and then I got actually into their albums, Master of Reality, and I think I skipped Volume 4 for some reason. I think it just wasn't around.
Yeah.
And Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. So there's something which is still so righteous about the transition from Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath to a National Acrobat. I don't know what it is. And then the wah, and then that section where like the wah comes in like after the the first part of the song. I don't know. It's really And then there are other things too, like Spiral Architect with
that's a great song.
Oh man,
that's big.
It's one of my favorites.
That Rick Wakeman Mellotron thing. It's like whoosh. For like a teenager.
Yeah, and for supposedly like a rock band, it's pretty ambitious stuff too, and like no one else really sounds like Sabbath. Like they kind of did their own thing.
Well, they were diverse too, right? Because they did these hard rock songs, but then they also did songs like Planet Caravan.
Or within the same song. Look at Symptom of the Universe. There's that meme. It's like a Black Sabbath song. In the beginning, it's like a spooky graveyard. And then in the end, it's just like these stick figures jamming out.
But it's good, though. It's like really like it's a jam. And then like as far as like hard rock songs go, like it doesn't get any heavier than like something like Hole in the Sky. If you ever like listen to that record on vinyl,
yeah, Sabotage is some pretty heavy.
Just turn it up all the way so you can hear the guys like talking in the beginning. It's the right volume. Yeah, and then it just crashes, and it's like it's like the most glorious thing.
I used to think it was like a rooster in the beginning of that song. It's just like
I thought it was a guitar.
Count it in and just like.
And it's funny. A lot of like the modern stoner rock bands that I hear like miss that point of like the dynamic in the song. They just like focus on the riff and just like make it heavy and sludgy. It's like, yeah, that's cool for a time, but like it has to go somewhere beyond that too. Like even Electric Funeral,
give it a break.
There's that sludgy verse part, but then there's that middle section, buildings crashing down. That's more like jazz, really.
Yeah, it's not all just cut from one cloth, kind of like you were saying. And even like I really like I don't think it's a good album, but I really like Tony Iommi's guitar tone on Never Say Die. I don't know. But
it's the cocaine, man. You ever see any pictures of them playing? He's like so zooted out. His eyes are just like bugging out of his head, and his teeth are just like he's like like he can't even make a normal human face. He's done so much cocaine, he like can't feel anything.
But yeah, Black Sabbath really big. The Ozzy solo stuff, I don't know. I really like Randy Rhoads as a guitar player. I think he has great tone.
And great songwriting too, like Revelation, Planet Earth. Like I love that song. That's another one that like goes places, and the interaction between the bass and the guitar is just awesome.
I like the looking at you, looking at me. That's a weird kind of underrated song. I actually like I really sat down and listened to it, and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. I think it's off Wizard of Oz. I think I have to. Anyway,
I don't know.
I'm a big fan of the '80s Ozzy. Honestly, I mean, I'm kind of. Those are kind of guilty pleasures for me, like '80s rock.
Well, yeah, you like '80s stuff, anyways.
Yeah, like Van Halen or like Eddie Money. Like that's good shit.
I mean, that is good. Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's bad music. It's just like,
it's like '90s Ozzy, where it's starting to be like
Perry Mason's a pretty awesome song, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
Osmosis has some good stuff, but Geezer's on it writing songs too. So, because he wrote a lot of the stuff for Sabbath, like Ozzy's very good at like understanding what's good and what isn't. He doesn't necessarily like write a lot of songs or like even a lot of his lyrics, but he like Zach. I was watching an interview with Zach Wilde about him, and Zach said like he understands and knows what's good and what isn't. So like he joins forces with great bands, and like that's really what helped sustain his career for so long too.
Good taste.
Well, someone else who we lost this summer was a hero of mine. The immortal Hulk Hogan passed away this summer.
Rest in peace, brother.
And, he was a 6-time world champion. Not enough can be said. He was a huge star in the 80s. He had a sort of comeback in the 90s where he turned heel as Hollywood Hogan.
Oh, yeah. Great heel.
Wrestled against The Rock at WrestleMania 18 and continued for some years after that. Similar to Ozzy Osbourne, who had the show The Osbournes, Hulk Hogan also had a show about his family, reality TV show called Hogan Knows Best. But yeah, he also passed away this summer, and it was kind of unexpected. I think even though he was older, I think a lot of people kind of thought he was in good health.
Well, it was the surgery too, right? That did it.
Yeah. Well, there's actually some question now about exactly what the reason was, because according to Hulk Hogan, who liked to embellish things, he had 25 surgeries in a year, which may not be completely accurate. But he did have a back surgery. He came out of that and was apparently unable to talk. There's now some controversy where Brooke Hogan, Hulk Hogan's daughter, or Brooke Balea, whatever her real name is,
right?
She is kind of raising questions about the circumstances of his death and asking, for the release of the 911 tapes and stuff, kind of suggesting, I guess it may be medical malpractice or something. But regardless, we actually saw Hulk Hogan within the past 10 months or whatever.
Yep.
When he was, again, at that Madison Square Garden event in New York City. And he looked fine.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us thought when we saw him, like, this is the last year of this guy's life.
No.
So, and that's another thing, I was saying, I'm glad that we saw Ozzy. I'm glad that we saw Hulk Hogan at that event. That was one of his last big appearances.
Major cultural icon character from the 80s and 90s for sure. But yeah, he changed the face of wrestling. I mean, there's no question about that.
I mean, he was honestly bigger than wrestling in a lot of regards. Even though he wasn't in like great pieces of cinema, he was in a lot of big movies. He was in TV shows.
Yeah, Right Guard.
He was on late night TV.
I think he's the most iconic wrestler of all time.
Right.
Like when people think of wrestling, they think of him. Probably still, even more than like, Stone Cold Steve Austin or The Rock.
Yeah.
Who are maybe more popular or maybe more over, but not quite as like,
I would say that Steve Austin may have been bigger in the WWF during like the height of the Attitude Era than Hulk Hogan was. That's possible.
I think he was the most over wrestler of all time.
Yeah,
like he was loved the most when he was.
But there was never a Stone Cold cartoon.
That's true.
And the amount of like merchandising over the years, like they sold a lot of Stone Cold shirts, say from like 98 to 2001, but they sold Hulk Hogan merchandise. Those fingers were forever until he turned heel, and then even then, now they're selling NWO shirts. Like the guy could sell like no other.
Plus, because he was like the trend-setting wrestler, like he broke through the cultural mold, and he helped WWF become this nationwide success, right?
Yeah,
Without,
defeated the territories.
Without Hulk Hogan, would WWF, WWE be this worldwide phenomena?
His name backstage was the Golden Goose. That was his. He was the number one Ichiban, as he says in Japan.
You've seen his Japanese matches, right?
Yeah, and they're actually pretty good.
Yeah, he actually wrestles.
He does leg takedowns and stuff. And I was like, this is Hulk Hogan, man.
Yeah.
He could do it, but he felt like it, but he just doesn't have to.
Well, that was in '83, though, wasn't it? That was before he could be took off.
Yeah, 82,
Was he still
83.
in the AWA at that point?
I think it was in between when he had to leave the WWF to do Rocky 3.
Oh, okay.
Because Vince McMahon Sr. didn't want him to leave, so he fired him.
Yeah, and he was still a heel character at that point too, right?
Yeah, so I think he went to Japan and then came back to the AWA, and then around that time Vince Jr. had bought the WWF. And he's like, all right, you're going to be my new star, because he couldn't. The story actually goes, and again, I don't know if you guys saw the Netflix Mr. McMahon series, but Vince purchased the WWF from his father, and actually Vince Sr. owned the WWF with a couple other guys.
Okay.
So Gorilla Monsoon, if you remember him, he was actually co-owner.
Okay.
And Vince McMahon, he bought the company, but he also bought out some of the shareholders by making deals like with Gorilla Monsoon, where he said, I'm going to give you a job for life.
Yeah. This is the gorilla chair, right?
Yeah, exactly. Which he did. So Vince Jr. bought the company, and Bob Backlund had kind of run his course, or he didn't think he could be this nationwide brand. So he was actually looking at Dusty Rhodes first, but I guess Dusty Rhodes had turned down the opportunity to be this star, to jump ship to the WWF. So what's going
There's
on?
a walking stick on my sourdough starter.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. So Dusty Rhodes actually turned down this opportunity, and then I guess the second choice was Hulk Hogan. So, Dusty seemed to have turned down the deal of a lifetime, but that's what led to the Iron Sheik becoming the champion for about a month, because they couldn't hand it from a babyface to a babyface.
Yeah.
They had to have a heel in between. And of course, with the Iran hostages and everything.
Perfect.
So
just start speaking Parsi.
So they had Iron Sheik win, and then a month later, Hulk Hogan won, and then again, the rest is history. But I had the chance to see him in person a few times. I saw him actually at the very first Raw, the very first event that was WWE instead of WWF. That was in Hartford.
Okay.
When they were forced to change their name because of the
World Wildlife Fund.
Yeah. So, and that was actually kind of a famous thing, because he stole the Undertaker's motorcycle, but then it stalled out.
Okay.
So he couldn't drive away. So it was this really awkward moment on TV where he's just sitting there with the stalled motorcycle.
Come back.
I also saw him tag team with Edge in Bridgeport, so I did see him wrestle. And then again, we got to see him with Donald Trump, endorsing Donald Trump.
Nice.
Telling the country to let Trumpomania run wild again.
I saw him on Thunder when the Ultimate Warrior came back.
That was Nitro, actually. That was in Hartford.
Oh, it was Nitro? Yeah, I saw that. I was there.
You were there?
Yeah.
I missed that. Yeah, that was a big deal, and I think a lot of people missed the significance of that. That it was it was a Nitro in Hartford, Connecticut, so in the WWF's backyard, basically.
Right.
And they brought
shot over the bow,
and they brought on this big WWF personality, the Ultimate Warrior. They brought him over, so that was a big deal. I was pissed off because I was visiting my grandma in Syracuse that week.
Stupid grandma.
So missed it. That's cool. You got to go though.
Yeah, that was the one wrestling show I went to live.
That was the height of WCW. Also,
I was a WCW fan really more at that point. The Attitude Era was okay, but they just spent all the time shooting, which I didn't really like so much. For me, the best storyline, one of the best that I've ever seen, was the TV title. I think it was where Diamond Dallas Page and Chris Benoit were challenging for it, or then Booker T was in there too. Those three dudes, I remember particular battling for the TV title. I think it was, and that was a great story arc. And the Lucha stuff.
Yeah, the
Dean
Cruiserweight
Malenko,
title.
and Chris Jericho was a great heel, and there was a lot of really entertaining wrestling going on there. And even then, the NWO and the Wolfpack was the prime for that too.
Yeah,
because the Giant and Kevin Nash were wrestling as the main event.
Yeah, they were really good at that time, and then again, just WWF kind of pushed the envelope, I guess, with what they were doing.
Yeah,
with Steve Austin, and
it was
The Rock
better
and-
entertainment in the shorts and stuff. Like I remember, a lot of the kids in school liked that stuff because DX,
Sable.
and it was just that sort of the entertainment aspect of it was a lot more emphasized than maybe WCW rather.
There could never be another Hulk Hogan because there was more innocence in America, at the time
he
when
was like
popular. Like
he was almost like a Superman of wrestling.
He was like a literal golden calf. Like, he's like a kind of like a living god almost for
well, and then just like his gumption, he's like his character is a lot like Popeye. Like
exactly.
he just like
He
hulks
needed
out
our
and stops
belief.
selling.
Right.
And then he starts looking around, and everyone goes crazy. Like, oh, he's pissed. You pissed him off now. Like,
he's got to summon. I mean, it was a similar thing where, like, Hedwig's trying to summon the power of the Warriors. Like Hogan would just, listening for Hulkamania running wild. You'd have to. He needed our belief to get up. You get 10,000 people, get up, Hulk, and he's like, oh, he's getting up off the ground, and you're like, he's doing it. My God, he's doing it. Can you believe it?
Well,
Bleeding all over the mat.
It was also a time where I think more people bought into the idea that it was like a real competition. Whereas I think that's one thing that has really changed dramatically over like maybe the last
everybody's a
15
smart mark
years
now.
since the CM Punk thing is that it's more about like pushing the lines.
Before that,
of, like,
man, it was the 90s.
Well, yeah, like attitude. There was so much sort of like
When Sheik and Jim Duggan were caught DUI together.
turning kayfabe on and off, during like Attitude Era. It was like there's a lot of like behind the curtain sort of like shenanigans where it was turning into like, well, we're going to take over the company from Vince McMahon type of stuff.
Yeah.
Like they
or like
brought
when
in,
DX showed up at WCW.
yeah, they brought in like a lot of. I mean, that's why I was saying like Austin was extremely popular. But it wasn't in the same sort of like hero worship that.
Well, he was the anti-hero.
He was
so
an
it's kind of
anti-hero.
like the opposite.
He drank beer and he cussed. And he
Is he allowed at Home Depot?
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
So, do you guys like Baywatch?
Yeah.
Bring it. Tell them about it. Tell them about it.
Have you ever seen any Thunder in Paradise?
Well, I thought you were going to go with the Hulk Hogan was on Baywatch.
Well, yeah, for the WCW crossover
where he fought
episode.
Vader.
Yeah, no, Ric Flair was like his heel manager or whatever. But no, the Thunder in Paradise. If you've never seen that, that is a great show. That's like 90s schlock to the absolute T.
Ted Turner just made a show. It was on TNT, right? It had to be.
I'm assuming so.
That may have been part of his deal to get him over to WCW.
It probably was
giving him that show.
It probably was.
So you tell.
He just drives like a night boat kind of thing, like it's sort of like Kit, but it's a boat, and his little fast talking sidekick there like designs the boat, and he's fighting for like control of a hotel, and there was a feature length kind of pilot to it that was great, and then they started doing episodes after that, but the pilot episode's got Jimmy Hart, it's got Jim Neidhart, Brutus Beefcake Barber's in that.
So he's a technically they're ex-Navy
Yeah,
SEALs.
ex-SEALs.
And it's
Pretty
a
cool.
stealth boat. It's a special like high-tech stealth boat, like
it's Night Boat.
Knight Rider thing.
It's Night Boat.
Yeah, it's Night Boat. But I remember one episode where like they find their lost buddy from Vietnam shows up, and he's really just a sleeper agent who's been sent in. And the reason how they figure it out is because instead of saying "hoo-yah," which is what they always said on the show, like, "hoo-yah, we're gonna do it, hoo-yah," and then he kept saying "Yahoo." And Terry's like, something ain't right. Like, he's like, let's do it, man. Yahoo! And he gives this crazy look, and they were like, And then they figure out he's been like mind controlled, and he's trying to like steal the Thunder boat or something. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. So
I highly recommend.
This show is awesome.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
But again,
It's filmed at like the Grand Floridian Resort or something.
Oh, yeah.
At Disney.
although Hogan was in his 70s, he was still, I think, kind of apparently in good health. Like seemed in good health again, just based on
Got right with God before he passed.
So it kind of brings to mind, and I know we talked about this again in the early days of Primo Nutmeg, but the fact that so many wrestlers have died at a young age, or before like typical life expectancy,
Mhm.
like a lot of big names. And actually, if you look back at the first 11 WrestleManias, at least one person is dead from the main events of each of those 11 WrestleManias. From WrestleMania 1, the only living person was a tag team match. The only person who's still alive is Mr. T, actually. Because
he's not actually a wrestler.
Yeah. Hulk Hogan was his tag team partner. He's dead. And then Roddy Piper and Paul Orndorff were the team they were fighting. So just wanted to, again, kind of revisit the subject of all these wrestlers who have died at a young age. So Chris Candido, Test, Kerry Von Erich, Yokozuna, Brian Pillman, Bray Wyatt, Umaga, Eddie Guerrero, British Bulldog. All these guys died in their 30s, which is kind of crazy if you think about
Eddie Guerrero died in his 30s?
38 from a heart attack. So we've actually lived longer than Eddie Guerrero
Yeah,
has.
isn't that wild thinking about how back then we were like, that guy is our age now,
Yeah.
Was.
And again, just thinking about like the circumstances of how a lot of these guys died. A lot of them died from heart attacks. A lot of them died from overdoses. Some of them died in suicide. Some of them, in the case of Chris Benoit, murder-suicide. Chris Kanyon was a suicide. Rick Rude, heart attack. Big Boss Man, heart attack. Mike Awesome, suicide. Miss Elizabeth was a drug overdose. Earthquake had cancer. Sean O'Hare. Kurt Hennig died at 44 from a drug overdose. Andre the Giant, although he obviously was a abnormal human being. China died at 46 from an overdose. Do you guys remember Daphne from WCW? Remember her?
No.
That was after your time. She died of a suicide. Road Warrior Hawk, Ultimate Warrior, died of a heart attack at 54. Macho Man Randy Savage died of a heart attack at 58. New Jack died of a heart attack at 58. Roddy Piper died of a heart attack at 61. Sabu died of a heart attack at 61. Scott Hall died of a blood clot leading to a heart attack after a hip surgery at 63. Sid Udy, who was Psycho Sid, or Sid Vicious, he died at 63 of lymphoma. Dusty Rhodes died at 69. Hulk Hogan died at 61. And then the only real wrestlers who I could find recently who died at like a typical old age were superstar Billy Graham, who died at 79, Terry Funk at 79, and Iron Sheik actually lived to 83. So,
because those guys are really conditioned.
Well, you know what the weird thing about superstar Billy Graham is? Like, he did a lot of steroids. Like, he was wheelchair bound for the last 15, 20 years of his life because he'd done all these steroids and then his muscles were atrophied.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, he was doing like World's Strongest Man and shit too.
Well, and he actually was sort of the guy that Hulk Hogan, at least in terms of Hollywood Hogan,
yeah,
like he copied him.
Yeah, the boas and the bandana.
Yeah, Jesse Ventura also kind of ripped off.
Yep.
Superstar Billy Graham. But yeah, it just overall, it's really sad when you look at all these wrestlers and you think back to the movie The Wrestler.
Yeah,
and like it really is like a tragic career these guys choose.
It's a
like
hard life,
a Shakespearean thing where like they just sacrifice themselves and die at a young age.
Yeah, and but there's a lot of partying that goes on with that too.
Yeah, a lot of
cocaine and steroids and booze, like that'll kill you pretty quick, man. You combine all three of them together, and you're working 300 days a year.
Well, these overdoses too, like they're doing like fentanyl and sleeping pills.
Yeah, all sorts of weird prescription stuff.
Yeah,
Michael Jackson style.
Well, I heard an interview with Kurt Angle where he said that he would just like when he was on the road, he would take a ridiculous amount of painkillers. Like,
he was like Percocet, Perk Angle, right?
Well, back in the day, the WWF, they used to tour basically 365 days a year.
Yeah,
like they would just tour all year long, just traveling around the country. I kind of wonder how that affected them too. It's like being on the road all the time.
Well, it's like a musician, right? I mean, a traveling performer, like you're not really, there's no home to go to anyways. So the boys are partying. You might as well party too. And you all get a hotel, like, they get a floor of a hotel room or whatever. And just, some of the stories I hear from the road, I'm like, they're just insane.
Yeah.
Especially the old territory days, driving around and stuff. They just start drinking beer and driving, like drinking and driving, going 100 miles an hour, just like everywhere for hours at a time,
and then
all
just
day.
Wrestle and carve each other up with forks.
Yeah, beat each other up, cut each other, slam each other on concrete floors, and then go do it again tomorrow. Like there was no break.
Like stories about like Meng the Merciless, like getting in bar fights and like plucking a guy's eye out and stuff.
Yeah,
and
or Haku.
They're out of there the next day. Well, is it Haku and Meng are the same dude,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, ripping people's teeth out.
Yeah. What the fuck? And then they just sort of, all right, we're going to the next town. You know.
You think you're tough?
Have you guys you've seen Dark Side of the Ring, right?
Clips of
them,
it. Yeah.
Well, isn't it a show?
Yeah, it's like a Netflix show or something.
Yeah.
So like they document a lot of that stuff.
Well,
they have
yeah,
some good episodes.
Well, I think I saw the one about Draws.
Yeah, that's pretty sad too. Yeah, because that was right around the time that Owen Hart died too, right? Like he Draws was like the same year, I think, 99. He got power bombed and got paralyzed. By D'Lo Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a good show because like it documents just how insane the wrestling industry is. There's one on the UWF. Have you seen that one where like this crazy guy who was like in the fashion industry, he started this weird wrestling promotion out in Las Vegas, and like it was just like he was just basically snorting all the money that he was getting from
I probably watched it. It might have been on in like the background. I remember the one that stuck with me was the was it? He's that Southern guy with like the mullet, who punched John Stossel.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember what his name was, but
yeah, some of this. I mean, I listen to a lot of like wrestling podcasts that are talk about the older stuff. I find that more interesting because it's less controlled, a little more chaotic.
Yeah.
And like some of those guys' stories from the territories are just like mind blowing. Like I was listening to Harley Race talk about he was pulling a prank on a guy. So he was driving down the road and he saw a rattlesnake on the side of the road. So he pulled over and he grabbed the thing and he sewed its mouth shut with a darning needle and then threw it in the car. So the guy was like taking a leak or whatever, and he went to go back into the car and he saw the rattlesnake and just like fainted from fear. He thought he got like, because the thing struck at him, but it like couldn't bite him because its mouth was sewn shut. And it's just like, that's just like madman shit.
That's insane.
Harley Race really is like the last carny wrestler. And who's the guy? Not Billy Graham, but Jerry Graham. Was that the first Dr. Jerry Graham?
I think so. That sounds right.
He was like a madman too.
Vince McMahon actually said, and I don't know if you saw the Netflix series, he said that guy was his favorite wrestler of all time,
and he was totally insane. Like,
he was telling stories like he drove Vince around, and he's like driving through intersections and not stopping at the lights, just like beeping his horn and driving through.
Yeah, Harley Race again. They're like, yeah, on an interstate he'd go like 75, and on a 2-lane highway like Route 16 or something he'd go like $120. Like just like had that thing pedal to the metal. It's like we went on an airplane and Harley beat us there by an hour. But like, yeah, Jerry Graham, he went crazy when his mom died. And, went to the hospital and grabbed his mom's corpse and like wouldn't let it go. And
he had a shotgun with him, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
They were talking about one time he was in the car with Dusty and Terry Funk and he like got out and jumped into a pond. They're like, what the hell are you doing? It's like January. And he's swimming after these ducks. He's like, I'm going to catch a duck. So he's just like swimming around trying to catch ducks. Like,
they need to make a movie about that guy.
It's like there's some just madmen. Like they really are. Like that older territory wrestling is right on the line of like carnies versus pro wrestling.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we saw that that indie show at that fair. Like I thought that was really apropos of like
wasn't Lex Luger there? He wasn't performing obviously.
Oh, that was a different one.
Different thing.
Yeah, we saw him. He was kind of involved with Miss Elizabeth's death because they like
they were doing pills together.
Right? Yeah. And like he lived and I think later had a stroke. But yeah.
I think we saw some indie wrestling one time too. Just Incredible was like on a ticket we saw.
I went to
way back, like in middle school or high school, 9th grade.
I went to a TNA show like 15 years ago, and he was like just kind of milling around and like sitting in the audience and stuff. It was kind of weird. It's like, hey Justin, how's it going?
So there was a small promotion that came in the gym.
Oh yeah,
I met. I saw Tatanka and the Boston Brawler and Killer Kowalski, Captain Lou Albano, who refused to sign the jigsaw puzzle that you gave me for my birthday. He wanted to charge me $20 to sign a jigsaw puzzle that you got at a tag sale.
Was it Super Mario?
No, it's just Captain Lou in his fucking Hawaiian shirt with his safety pin through his ear and just mean mugging.
I think I remember that, right? He's like,
Yeah, he's like, and he was like $20. I was like, fuck you, man. Like, it's enough that I have your puzzle, and I'm holding on to it for whatever reason. I don't know, because I didn't even watch you. It's just for the kitsch. Like, be appreciative that like someone's walking up to the table and talking to you, because they were all just sitting there. Nobody's talking to them. The most hyped up everybody got is when Tatanka came out and fucking started rain dancing around the ring. We were all like, yeah, pounding on the ring. There was like 8 of us like watching this going on. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it was, they were 1, 2, 3 Kid, but that's X-Pac.
Yeah.
Which didn't make any sense.
Maybe the Dynamite
maybe
Kid.
Maybe it's the Just Incredible guy you were talking about. Maybe that's what it was. I'd have to ask Steve McGann because he was there, but he's not here. And then we went to the other one.
Miss you, Steve.
At Writers Cafe.
Yeah, that was an interesting one because that some weird indie show at a bar.
Yep.
It was like
a lot of heckling going on.
What was it? ACW? They were like trying to be ECW.
Yeah, I think they were trying to go for like an ECW type thing.
Yeah.
I remember that one guy had he was wearing it was sort of like he had the same kind of like onesie that Vader would wear with the black and red, and it said "Red Hot" on his ass. And there was this one biker with like a nice New England accent, just like, "You are red hot, my friend!" Kept screaming over and over. And then there was something happened with one of the wrestlers, and the wrestler's kid was in the crowd.
Yeah, and he kept doing that.
And he was like putting his fists up like he's gonna fucking fight the guy. And he was like wearing like
because we were like we're just like kind of talking to each other, right? Like making fun of the guy. He's like,
yeah, the kid was like, "I'll fight you."
Old timey boxing style.
Yeah.
Queensberry rules here.
Like Gerald Strawberry on The Simpsons.
Chris, you remember that show where we saw Lex Luger? Sting was there. I remember it was his birthday.
Yeah.
It was like, "Today's my 49th birthday. My 49th birthday." And they like just put down the microphone.
He didn't wrestle. He just came out to make an appearance.
Yeah, he had like a moment like in the middle of his promo, and he just stopped. Like left the ring.
What the hell am I doing here?
It's fucking crazy. Gotta think.
Oh man, wrestling is great. I love wrestling.
Yeah, it's like
it's unique entertainment.
It's like Disney for men, I think.
I mean, the night that we were watching TNA and watched Jay Lethal do watching him come out doing Ric Flair to Ric Flair. Granted, we weren't there in person, but watching it on TV,
it was hilarious. That's one of the best bits in wrestling.
So
history.
fucking hilarious.
And they're like throwing the shoes at each other.
Richard Dad's house sitting on the couch, they think, when it was happening. But yeah, just seeing him come out.
They're wooing at
You're trying to beat me!
You can't beat me! Woo! 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 Like, just going back and forth.
Yeah.
It's definitely a weird thing because it like straddles the line between fiction and reality. And like even it seems like the participants really can't distinguish sometimes. Like Randy Savage really was like wildly jealous of Miss Elizabeth. So they're like, "Oh, that works. Yeah, use it. Like it's just."
That's the interesting thing about that Vince McMahon documentary, because his whole thing is like, "Oh, that was a storyline." But like, it kind of was real, like the way he was like sexually harassing women. Like, it sort of was happening at the same time.
I'll get you the junkyard dog, honey. He had all the names for the dildos. You heard about that? Oh yeah, he had like his dildo collection was like
named after his wrestlers?
Yeah, named after wrestlers.
Yikes.
That's insane.
Good lord.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because like it's like they're playing a part, but they're playing a part for life. You know?
And a lot of times it's like just exaggerated versions of them anyways.
Yeah.
Like it's just
like Ric Flair is kind of Ric Flair.
Yeah, exactly.
When
Like
you
he
watch,
doesn't have to
this
act.
documentary, he talks about it. Like, in college, I drink 40 beers a night and stuff. And he's like talking about how he's just like getting kicked out of the frat because he's just too much of a nutcase, like running around naked, fucking everybody's chick,
and like
being
Terry
Ric Flair,
and Terry
kissing the
Funk
girls and making them proud. Like,
that's his name, you know? That is really his name. Like it's not
Harley Race is Harley Race's name.
That's really his name. And like
And the Ultimate Warrior, well,
later it became his name.
Yeah. I think what I think wrestling does is I think that American sports has this sort of unique moral dimension to it that you don't really see in like European sports, for example. Like if you go to watch a soccer game in Ireland, it's like warfare. It's like whatever you have to do to win, do it and we'll love you for it. Whereas in the United States, I think we kind of look at it as like, the underdog kind of like fights and comes up and like comes out on top in the end, and that's the kind of thing we like to see in sports. And I think wrestling just kind of takes that and says, we're just going to do that part. And that's going to be our show.
Yeah, it's essentially the Mighty Ducks TLDR version. These are the good guys. These are the bad guys.
Yeah, and we like to see the underdog win.
And the plucky Rocky type character or whatever wins in the end, even though the other guy's fighting dirty and his manager interferes. And
because that's the American dream, you know?
Well, that's what was kind of interesting about the Attitude Era, right? Because it was that Jerry Springer, Howard Stern kind of culture where everybody was a bad guy.
Everybody was gross. Everybody was.
It's like the Seinfeld of wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who doesn't want to deliver a Stone Cold Stunner to their boss? You know?
Right.
That's true.
And then flick him off while he's on the ground twitching.
And then you still have a job the next day.
Make him piss himself.
I sent you a skit on Instagram where it was like, if WWE Unveiled or whatever was filmed in the 90s, and it's like all these dudes and they're all sitting around this like smoky room. They're like, all right, our brand new group D-Generation X needs a catchphrase. What do we got, fellas? And like they're kind of throwing around a bunch of milk toast, and then two guys are arguing in the corner like, what do you mean you snorted the whole bag? What the fuck, man? And they're like arguing about doing coke, and one guy's like, why don't you suck my dick? He's like, yeah, why don't you suck it? And he's like, wait. They're all like, hold on, do that again. And he's just like, what? This? Suck it. And then the one guy's like, suck it, yeah! And then they're all just doing it, and then one guy gets hit with a chair, and then the theme kicks in, and it's like, hey, get it, we're gonna get so fucking rich! It was hilarious, But that's like, looking back, I was like, oh my God, like, that really did just take over everything. Like, immediately, I thought of...
Well, the click had a lot to do with that,
Yeah, I saw it, immediately. I'm seeing Janiac doing the thrust.
Yeah. Everybody was doing that stuff.
Sam. And he'd be like, that's not how you do it, Rob. Sit down. Like,
Sam jumping on the trampoline. Generation X, gonna kick your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really was the biggest thing back then. Like, that was bigger than anything, right? It was WWF in 98.
I mean, I remember running, getting in a big rush to get everything done so I could watch Mankind and Rock. What are they going to do this week? How they what's their team up what's going to happen with their team up this week? I remember when they were
the Rock and Sock Connection.
Yes, the Rock and Sock Connection. I remember getting so swept up in that, like calling McGann's, like, dude, you watching this shit? Like, we were like getting all caught up in it, and.
Yeah, and that was like the beginning of the hardcore thing too, where they just like kind of stole ECW's flame. It's like, okay, if this is what people want,
that's kind of the secret to their success too. Is that once WCW was really pummeling them in the ratings, like we had to do something radically different, and they just basically looked at ECW and like, all right, we're just gonna do that.
Yeah, and take the talent and bring it over here
because ECW's fan base was like rabidly in support of them.
Right.
It was an insane audience. Yeah. But like, let's just copy this. They actually did like a cross promotion too, where like Rob Van Dam was on Raw and Jerry Lawler went on ECW.
Like seeing Al Snow come out at ECW's with the way, and everybody had a mannequin head.
Yeah, the head.
Like that thing was insane.
Yep. But again, so we were talking about these wrestlers who died early, and I know that's kind of a morose subject, but I kind of wanted to do the opposite and talk about some celebrities who are still alive. And you may not know some of these, and you may not be happy about at least one of these. But Jeffrey Epstein is still alive, living in Thailand.
With beard glitter.
He's just on Little St. He's just back.
Deep in the subterranean submarine port, the Lady Ghislaine 2 rides again.
The moon pool.
But these are celebrities who are still alive, and the first few are not that old, but I just thought are worth mentioning. And in the context of wrestling, Ric Flair is still alive, which is kind of surprising again, because if you had said who's going to die first, Hulk Hogan or Ric Flair, I definitely would have put money on Ric Flair.
He's older, right?
Well, he almost died like 7 years ago. He had like a stroke or something.
Yeah,
like he had a medical emergency where he was in the ER.
He looks like a piece of chorizo, like in a
Was that before or after his last match?
Before. Did you guys watch?
But he could wrestle a 60-minute Broadway. That's the conditioning.
Did you guys watch Ric Flair's last match, like his real last match?
No.
No.
So was it like 3 or 4 years ago?
I think so.
It was pretty recent. It was like 3 or 4 years ago. They put on this whole event where it was so back in the olden days there was Jim Crockett Promotions, which was like part of the NWA.
Yeah.
That was like the Carolina territories. So they put on like this new Jim Crockett Promotions show.
Okay.
So it was a bunch of wrestling matches, and then there was a main event where it was Ric Flair with some guy versus Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett. And this was Ric Flair's last match. But
Jeff Jarrett, nice callback to the territories.
Yeah, it was pretty decent. I would have preferred it being 1-on-1, but Ric Flair came out like, I thought he was stoned, honestly. Like, he just wasn't really strutting. He was doing like just these weird movements, and he had a hard time like getting through the end of the match because he was supposed to like take these brass knuckles and hit Jeff Jarrett or Jay Lethal, one of them, and like he couldn't put them on. He was all confused and out of it. And after the fact, he said he was dehydrated, but it was embarrassing because like, you know, I'm a big Ric Flair fan, and I would have been the first to say, yeah, do one more match, but it was not good. Yeah. It was really embarrassing.
Sad, yeah.
So,
or like the breaks. Remember, he had like that surgery. He like got in a car accident or something. There was some reason his head was cut open, and he like started punching himself and like just bleeding profusely out of.
It might just be from blading himself.
Maybe, yeah. It's probably just nothing but scar tissue up there.
I think those guys can do that just because they bladed for decades, so they can just start punching themselves and start bleeding.
It's a cool talent.
Abdullah the Butcher's still alive, right?
Yes, he is. So other celebrities, and this one I just mentioned because this was kind of a meme when we were younger. Keith Richards is still alive at 81, which actually isn't that old.
Right.
Because again, back in the 90s, that was like the thing, right? Like, oh, Keith Richards is still alive. He's it's gonna at the end of the world, it's gonna be the cockroaches and Keith Richards.
Yeah.
So he was like only in his 50s then.
But he was already on like dialysis and shit, I think.
Rob, do you remember that clip of Hunter S. Thompson going to Keith Richards' hotel room, and like he's like he like surprises him with like a cattle prod or something, and then there's like an interview between the two, and you can't understand what the fuck either one of them is saying.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm sure adrenochrome was discussed. You know,
the elixir youth.
You literally like you. I remember it was one time you and I were kind of going back and forth with some messages, and you were like, "Boy, you know, we idolize this guy, and the more I find out about him, the less I like this dude."
I like to kill.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't quite remember that. I mean, you gotta, a lot of things from the past. You know, I don't remember a lot of things like I used to anymore.
Well,
man. It's hard.
We were probably stoned at the time.
Yeah, that's kind of the unspoken thing that's happening.
But the interesting thing with this too is Mick Jagger is still alive. He's 82, so he's actually a year older than Keith Richards, which again is funny because I guess it's just a reputation Keith Richards has as like a drug addict.
They tour, you know, they're still working, which is crazy.
And like you don't really know when these guys stop using, if ever. Like he could still be doing heroin, as far as we know. Like.
Or maybe he never really was that big of a user. Maybe it was just
there you go.
They were in France. They were every day like a brick of heroin was given to the Rolling Stones for real.
All right, so here are the real like older people that you may find surprising. Pat Boone is still alive, 91.
Wow.
Frankie Valli, 91. Shirley MacLaine, Jane Goodall, Shirley Jones, who was the mom of the Partridge Family. Sam Donaldson, ABC News anchor, and Ralph Nader, who is a multi-time guest on this show, still alive. Michael Dukakis is still alive, also at 91.
Think he's still driving a tank?
Michael Caine.
Wow.
Barbara Feldon, who was Agent 99. She on Get Smart, she's 92, so maybe trying to get to 99. Yoko Ono.
Love that show.
John Williams. Composer, he's 93. Dan Rather, 93.
What?
Yeah, Dan Rather is 93 years old.
I could have sworn Dan Rather died already, man.
He's still alive.
Wow. Maybe Mike Wall.
You might be thinking of Tom Brokaw, maybe. See, maybe
or Tim Russell.
I don't know.
Well, We know why Russell
Peter
died.
Jennings.
We all know why Tim Russell died.
Yeah.
Barbara Eden is still alive. I have to say, I don't know about you guys. I used to watch I Dream of Jeannie like reruns in the 90s.
Yeah, they'd have the marathons with the Bewitched and I Dream of Jeannie.
Yeah. I thought she was wicked hot.
Oh, yeah. It's always had the boobs out. Master. Call me Master again, baby.
Don King is still alive at 94. Do you guys know that? Boxing promoter Don King. Is
Yeah.
Good for him.
William Shatner, 94. I think he's actually going to outlive all of the original Star Trek cast because, like, it's just him and Sulu and Chekhov are, like, the only ones left. So he may be the last.
It's a lonely bridge.
Hal Linden, who played Barney Miller. Rupert Murdoch is still alive. Dominic Chianese, he was Uncle Junior on The Sopranos. He's still alive at 94. Robert Duvall. Warren Buffett. Here's the one that we're going to get the booze. George Soros is still alive at 95 years old. Clint Eastwood, still alive at 95. I remember we said at one point, whenever he dies, we're going to get together and drink some wild turkey. So
Okay.
that still stands.
All right.
The night he dies, we got to get together.
Yeah, we should watch some good. You should watch some good Clint Eastwood movies. You know?
There you go.
Gran Torino.
Good, the bad, and the ugly.
Good one. Yeah. Magnum Force, pretty good.
Dirty Harry.
Eiger Sanction is actually a really cool movie. I actually sat down and watched
What's
it.
the name of it?
The Eiger Sanction. It's just kind of a spy thriller thing involving mountain climbing in Switzerland.
That's interesting.
It's an odd pairing, but it's cool. It's a cool movie.
What was that William Shatner movie that you talked about? He's like an Indian or something?
It's White Apache. I believe it's called White Apache.
Ooh.
He plays. So that was on the 25 film spaghetti western DVD set that Patrick got me for my birthday, which honestly was one of the most practical gifts.
Hours of entertainment.
Hours. And I believe it's called White Apache, and he plays twins, where one has settled with the whites and one has joined the Apache.
Wow, that
and
sounds
so it's
awesome.
literally Shatner on Shatner, Shatner confronting Shatner, Shatner also speaking in a pidgin English.
I haven't heard of this already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta check it out.
Yeah, it's pretty good. There's a lot of those movies. There's some hidden gems.
You white men, all the same.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. And doesn't have long hair. He's got the same haircut, which is fucking
same
hilarious.
toupee.
Yeah.
So other folks who are still alive, Robert Wagner is 95.
Okay.
Still got away with killing that bitch.
4-time guest on this show, Noam Chomsky, is still alive at 96. Marion Ross, who is the mom on Happy Days, is still alive at 96. Mel Brooks is still alive at 99 years old.
And is making Spaceballs too.
Yes.
Which is going to be great, I'm sure.
Oh, yes.
Honestly, I don't.
But if someone's immune to DEI, it's got to be Mel Brooks,
I'm
right?
gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch Spaceballs too.
Can I be honest, though? I don't think Spaceballs is that good of a movie.
Yeah, I like Blazing Saddles much better.
Why did we like Spaceballs so much? Because we liked Star Wars first, and then we watched Spaceballs, and we didn't even really. I don't think we even saw Spaceballs like when it was like out.
Right.
Probably watched it.
Yeah, no, it was like
we watched it on VHS.
Yeah, it was
we
like
watched
10 years
it
later.
on shit. What was it called? I can't even say it now because it doesn't really exist.
DVD?
Well, on TV when it would.
HBO?
No. When it would go from syndication, we'd watch it on like syndicated TV. Like it'd be on USA Network,
TBS,
or
yeah,
like Sci-Fi or something. It'd be edited. There'd be commercial breaks.
So also Gene Shalit, movie critic, is alive at 99. Alan Greenspan is alive at 99. The king of 1960s comedy, Dick Van Dyke, is still alive at 99 years old. And I recently watched an episode of Columbo from like 1975, where Dick Van Dyke looks like an old man, like gray hair with a beard. That was 50 years ago, and he's still alive.
Yeah, but 100. If he's 100, then he was 50, right?
He was, when he was on Diagnosis Murder.
In 70s, 50 was a lot different than.
That's true.
2020 at 50.
June Lockhart, who was the mother on both Lost in Space and Lassie, is still alive at 100 years old. And then the last celebrity I could find of any note, and he's not that famous, but The last living member of the Glenn Miller Orchestra, Ray Anthony, is 103 years old. He's still alive. So
yeah, the saxophone player for Sun Ra is still alive too. He's like 100 and something.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So just goes to show you,
there.
you know, good genes don't wrestle, I guess, is the lesson.
Good idea. I can't stop though.
So I guess we'll come to a close here. We're at almost 3.5 hours. But I just, wanted to mention, I feel since COVID, I've been really alienated from pop culture. Like I don't watch sports anymore. I don't watch football or
yeah, it's all
baseball.
fake and gay.
And like even to some degree, like politics, like just feel like I don't care. It is all kind of fake and gay. Like it doesn't really matter. It doesn't do anything. Like nothing happens.
Yeah.
Like it's all just pretense. It's all just this big show, big jerk off. Nothing really happens. And I feel that way. Like really, overall culturally, like I just don't care about any new shows and I don't know how much that is like having to do with the fragmentation of our society too, where we don't really watch TV anymore. We watch Netflix and Hulu and whatever.
But they're terrible too. Like the ones I have tried to watch, like even like the good ones of the bunch, like are not good enough for me to be like, oh, I'm gonna watch this instead of like just reruns of The Simpsons seasons 3 through 10
over
and
over.
You might as well just do that. Or Looney Tunes. I've been getting really into like Looney Tunes a lot because there's so much of it. It's so well animated.
That's
and
what
funny.
I'm finding myself drawn to is like 20th century culture. Just going back to that, like reading old comic books, watching old cartoons or TV shows, movies, whatever. Actually, I was trying to think too of like what was the last great movie that came out, like the truly great movie. There's probably a few in the 21st
Napoleon Dynamite
century. Like maybe Gran Torino, maybe I don't know. There'll Be Blood,
kind of
or
being a little
No
more
Country for Old
sarcastic
Men.
with the Gran Torino.
I'm just saying, like maybe something in the 2000s, like Donnie Darko, something may have been something. But like the last 10, 20 years, I don't think there's been anything really that great.
Yeah, I think that speaks to just the focus grouping of culture, as like Frank Zappa talks about, at least for the music industry. He's like, having these slick young record executives is worse than these sort of big fat cigar chomping old men record executives because they don't really have an idea. They're just like, well, I don't know what's going to sell. Yeah, sign them up. We'll cut 2 records with them and see if it goes anywhere or whatever. But once the Richard Branson types and the David Geffen types get in there, they sort of understand that they can steer what's going to be commodified or not.
Packaged and
yeah, so it just becomes that, and then combined with, I think the kowtowing to the new modern political correctness has become just so strict and so
Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, so exact.
Erase him from history.
You have to have this many minorities. They have to be doing this. There has to be a gay couple, and nothing gets made without that. So it just becomes tiresome. Like, well, sometimes you just want to see Jaws. Like,
and the weird thing is, it's not just the fact that it's taking over modern culture, but the fact that it's like erasing old stuff. Like there's episodes of The Simpsons or Family Guy maybe, or like, there's episodes that like get erased.
They're literally removed from
streaming doesn't
like you can't find them
or whatever. Yeah,
you can't find.
Yeah, I think the Michael Jackson episode, right, from The Simpsons.
I don't know.
Maybe some Apu stuff. Like you can't find that anymore. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, Hank Azaria gave up the character, right? No more.
Yep.
So like that puts a damper on things too, and like I don't know. I'm not the target audience, really. Like when I was on my camping trip, I got to watch a lot of television, which I don't normally get to do because he had Starlink and the streaming service and a 58-inch TV. So that was more television that I had watched in years because I just watch YouTube basically or podcasts or whatever. And I just come to realize like I'm not who they're trying to talk to. Yeah. Like a lot of the shows.
Who are they trying to talk to?
They're trying to talk to these sort of like left-wing city people who like have quirky little friendships and they hang out in coffee shops and stuff. And like that's even who they were trying to talk to in the 90s. It's just it was more accessible culturally, but now they're diverging to the point where I just don't I don't find any common ground enough to watch or be interested in anything. And, music's very similar too. A lot of it's just targeted for people that I'm not one of those people.
I mean, people in the entertainment industry, they're trying to break into things now and that are trying to, like, they're maybe in control, or getting into places where they're able to, like, influence things or market new shows. Like, they're like us, where they're trying to find something that's harkening back to what they thought would be, what's popular. And it's just, there's really, like, it's just,
I don't know if they
circling
are, though, in a lot of ways,
circling
because
the drain,
they do things that are, like, obviously going to get a bad reaction. Again, like, go to the Cracker Barrel thing that just happened. Like, that's just alienating yourself from the target audience.
What, how they
and,
just, they're taking down all the decor.
they got rid of the guy
logo.
and the logo, Uncle Herschel. Or
So it's not like 70s anymore.
Yeah.
So, but, like, you see all these, like, liberal creative directors on LinkedIn who are defending it. Like,
Well, I don't
things
know,
have
like,
to evolve.
So,
just change for change sake is what it seems like.
Jack,
Well, it's the changing image of man.
Jack was mentioning, like, DEI and how there needs to be, like, representation in shows. So I take, like, a show like let's look at Star Wars and what's been going on with, like, Disney Star Wars, and how pretty much every product they've put out has just turned into an absolute fucking dumpster fire. The Book of Boba Fett is a great example of just an absolutely terrible show. I'll argue with anybody about that. I think it's just the stupidest. I mean, I think Robert Rodriguez should never be allowed to direct anything ever again. It was one of the worst, just completely massacring. I have our mutual friend we were talking about earlier loves Boba Fett. One of his favorite characters of all time.
Yeah.
He used to be synonymous. You think of this
The Mandalorian Frisbee throw.
This guy, he literally, the Mandalorian combat throw. It's literally his thing. Love Boba Fett. Talked to him the other night. We discussed the show, just kind of catching up. Says it ruined it for me. I can never love that.
That's what sucks
anymore.
is, like, they're killing all these great properties that people identify with.
Fuck them. They were just a distraction anyways, like.
But that show, it's like, well, there's a way of having representation without being like, I'm gay! I'm gay!
Right,
Did I mention that I'm gay? Did I mention that I'm trans? Did I mention that you suck and I'm better? Like, you're just a dumb guy. Like,
yeah,
there's a way of showing, like, look at Aliens, okay? Ellen Ripley, competent, strong female lead, takes charge over weak men, but doesn't rub their face in their doo-doo.
Yeah,
you know
and
what
it's
I
still
mean?
maternal.
Still maternal, protects the girl,
Mm-hmm.
protects the family. Like, who does she save in the end? Michael Biehn. And she saves Hicks and Newt. Like, saves her family. Kills the bad guy, Like, even saves the fucking robot. Like, but doesn't go when she takes the APC away from Gorman, she doesn't call him a chauvinist, doesn't talk about how he's a toxic male. She says, "Oh, get the fuck out of my way." It doesn't need to be said. It's implied, and it's that show don't tell. And there's so much telling. There's so much virtue signaling in media and movies that we're just like, ugh, like what? Like, but then you look at Andor, and I loved Andor. Like, I loved season 1 and I loved season 2. Season 2 especially more. It's like, hey folks, if you really want to take the time and watch it, you want to see how big government pulls a false flag operation to take over the mineral resources of a country. Here you go. It's perfect. Right there in Star Wars. And I loved it because I wasn't one of those Star Wars people where I want force powers and I want to do Jedi flips and have lightsaber fights. I was like, no, I like spies and sabotage. I like blowing shit
Trade
up.
Federation
I like,
stuff.
yeah, I like. My favorite thing about Return of the Jedi was they all were wearing camouflage. I was like, oh, cool, forest camo. Like, yeah, camouflage in Star Wars, like sabotage. Like, I was more of a Battlefront 2 Star Wars kind of fan. Like, I like the military stuff, and I liked Andor because it's like real, like, nuts and bolts, bullets and band-aids and soap. Like, that's what I liked about it. But they had a lesbian couple on there, and they have representation. They have diversity on the show. I mean, they have a handicapped woman and everything.
but they don't beat you over the head with it. And they don't. It's not the point of the show. It's just a fucking character who exists and is showing you how they're living in this story. But it's not. That isn't the story, you know. Like, and that's where I think it's just.
No, that's a good observation because like that becomes the focal point.
Yes,
it's like it's about representation.
Yeah, exactly. It becomes it's obvious propaganda.
And beyond that, it's the people who like think that's cool and like that sort of stuff. Like, it's just a worldview difference to the point where like their jokes don't really. I don't laugh at their jokes and stuff because I'm like, oh, why don't you just like fix it yourself? Like, I don't understand what it's like to be a suburban sort of soy boy beta cuck guy where like his foibles aren't they're falling flat to me because, not to say I'm all hot shit and stuff, but at the same time, like, what's the problem here? Like, oh, well, I don't know how to plug this thing in or whatever. And it's like Modern Family and stuff. Like, I don't understand the humor that much in those shows versus
again,
older stuff.
It's weird to me because
like Three Stooges.
It's so agenda driven that it's like it's against like the capitalist kind of inspiration that these people should be having of like, okay, I want to appeal to like the broadest audience and create good content that people are going to like, but like it's so focused on again driving that narrative home.
But once you're too big to fail, what's it matter? Like, those they're never going to go away. So really the point is to create
propagandize.
Exactly. That's what the Smith-Mundt Act got repealed, and that's what the point is. It's all marketing of this new lifestyle, marketing of this new world.
I mean, Jack Black and Lizzo played a married couple on The Mandalorian season 4, and it was the most atrocious thing. And they literally, in the same episode, Christopher Lloyd is exposed as like this old man, like old man Withers type Scooby-Doo villain. I was like, I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you damned Mandalorians. Like, it's the dumbest shit. I was like, I stopped watching that show after that episode. I was like, I'm done.
I know, Boba Fett, like, if you look at his first appearance on the cartoon, he's like this sort of, just mercenary, has no, totally nihilistic, and like, it's more like heavy metal or Conan the Barbarian or something,
the Star Wars Holiday Special cartoon with him. Oh yeah, it's like real like trippy Ralph Bakshi type,
Yeah, and he's just sort of like this freelance guy.
Reminds me of that movie
like
Wizards. Like, have you ever seen that movie Wizards?
Yeah.
The best fucking ending to that movie. It's like that bad guy's giving this big arch speech, and then the dude just pulls out a fucking gun and shoots him. Like, you're expecting like this big wizard duel, and he's like, yeah, I learned. I'm just not going to play by your rules. Pow! And just kills the dude. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, that's how the movie ends. He just shoots him. Sorry, spoilers. It's been out for 40 fucking years. But, I don't know, man. Like, The Northman was really cool. I fucking loved that movie. That movie was wild. But, again, it's just Hamlet.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Yeah. Hamlet is Amleth. It's just...
Maybe there's just too much content out nowadays,
there is.
Too. Like,
you've probably seen a really great show. You just can't remember it. You honestly probably can't remember it. Because
honestly, man, I have a hard time...
New stuff sucks.
I have a hard time remembering anything that was good since, like, 2010. Like, I don't know, Sopranos was great. I liked Mad Men.
Yeah, Breaking Bad.
But like
we watched
that was it.
we watched Boardwalk Empire, but then the whole heart and soul of the show got taken out when they killed Darby.
Yeah, that was the end of that.
Show now?
It's kind of weird when that guy screwed his mom too.
Well, it's Oedipus, right? It's just.
I mean, that was really dark.
Yeah.
And then after that, I'm like, well, of course he's got to die now. I mean, like, I would want to be killed too. Like, kill me. But yeah, like.
But yeah, again, that was like 20 years ago.
Right.
It was.
Which is fine because really, to be honest, RL's getting entertaining enough as it is. Like, you can just go look at the circus that's happening in the political sphere or the meta pop culture, where you hear about these celebrities, not necessarily like what they're even doing. So it's fine. Just catch up on news. I don't feel the itch. I'm not like, man, I wish there was a good show I could watch.
See,
like,
for me, like I'm
just go mine the past.
Repulsed. Yeah, I'm repulsed by the news. Where like I just want to go mine the past.
Oh no, I
just want to learn about 1950s.
It's the best wrestling going.
I guess. I don't know. What do you guys feel like? Do you feel like, are you kind of like alienated by pop culture? Are you looking back at old culture, or are you fascinated by kind of the recent developments in news and media?
Well, I think I have sort of like a very past-oriented imagination, regardless of like what's going on around me. So I tend to be more of like a reader. And for reading, you have like a major disadvantage if you're trying to write contemporary, because you have like,
well, nobody reads anymore either.
well, you have like a millennium of like great things that you could read compared to like something you might just pick up at random nowadays.
It's going to be hard to top Shakespeare.
Yeah, or whoever. There's
Cervantes.
Yeah, or Chaucer, or even like the Troubadours, or Villon, or Dante, or
Rabelais.
Yeah, Rabelais, or whoever. But yeah, so I mean, I can't recall any great shows, but then again, I'm also not really like looking for them either.
Yeah,
I'm sure they're out there. The medium is different because, for practical reasons, I think nowadays you do have to think about representation, not because it's a virtually signaling thing, but because what it means to be a minority has changed with the advent of social networking. So before, being a minority was a geographical phenomenon. It would be people who like lived in this part of town or in this country that was like over there, and they have a certain population, and we're over here. But now we're able to connect digitally. So if you are in a minority, you can easily reach out to somebody or a large group of people who also represent your minority. So you have a sense of voice and presence that wasn't there, that would not have been there 50 years ago. So you do have to, I think that is part, I don't think it's always done well. I mean, I think a lot of it kind of comes off the way that Rob was describing it, where it seems like very hammered in.
It's just very obvious.
Ham-fisted.
Yeah, it's just
yeah.
It kind of it breaks your immersion.
But that speaks to a lack of talent, right?
Yeah, they suck at writing.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's that.
Because they too are diversity hires.
It's just kind of hard. I don't want to interrupt Chris if he's still going. So, but it's more of that erosion. It's just that the competency is just getting. There's, on a whole, I feel like the competency of everything is getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse.
If you were to ask me about what would it look like? What would a great show or a great movie look like in the 21st century? That you look at it and it really it kind of says what is there. Like in the way that if you watch a movie from like the 70s or the 80s, like says, yeah, that's really like, I mean, it's condensed, but it's like America, or at least part of America, or part of the United States, or whatever. What would that look like in the 21st century?
Well, I think to be relevant to society and what's happening, it would be about living through the collapse of an empire, because that's what's happening.
Yeah, it could be. It could be that. It could be like dealing with psychosis. It could be like dealing with alienation, or pluralism, but in a way which is authentic.
But like the dilemma, I think, is because it's being pushed by that establishment class, by those professionals.
Yeah, it's authentic to them, and I don't get it.
Like, but they're the ones creating the media, right? So like the real dilemma for everyone else is that we're suffering the effects of them. So like good media that would, speak to a broad amount of people, it can't be produced by them because it would be about the effects of their rule.
It might not be able to be, but the means of making movies is also more widespread. So we've gone from having printing presses which make books to having an availability of printing presses that make printing presses. So one answer to that is that it might come from somewhere that you don't expect. And part of my experience of modern media is not so much with like individual shows, but with platforms. Like I don't really know, there's like a meta language to each different platform, like Instagram or Twitter or TikTok or whatever that I have to like wrap my brain around to understand. Like it's not obvious to me. The communication interface is like a little bit different. So it might come from one of those avenues. But I'm thinking though, like when you watch a movie like Raging Bull, it's not just about like an Italian American guy who is like wants to be a prize winning boxer. Like you watch a movie like that and you say there's like a part of it, even though it's like takes a form, there's like a part of it like that's what I experienced like living in the United States. Like that's the dream, that's the struggle, that like in a peculiar form it kind of like wraps it all up and puts it in front of you. And I just wonder what that might be like if you were to strive for that kind of a vision in the 21st century. Like what would do it? What would like, you know, you don't have to say
Apparently
anything.
Hollywood doesn't know.
Well, that's the thing. They're living in a bubble where their struggles and stories that are relevant to them just aren't relevant to me.
If I made a movie about what it was like to grow up here and, you know, with my family and my friends, I feel like there is a bit of that like enough's enough type of thing happening right now. Where people are like
falling down.
People are like, all right, shut the fuck up. Like, can you please, enough of this. Like, can you just let people like tell their stories and not turn it into something where, you know, we're always oppressing.
I mean, I think what you're getting at, in my limited experience as a writer, like if you approach a movie or something like a story, like in a way I'm kind of setting the person up for failure, because I think if you approach it like I'm going to make the thing that represents whatever,
yeah,
you're going to wind up with something which is not going to resonate with people.
No.
It's going to be like, oh, this is just like your point of view.
Yeah.
And when you take a movie, like if you take like Raging Bull, I'm certain that's not what they set out to do. They were like, just tell this guy's story with as much accuracy, not just factual accuracy, but like, you know,
emotional,
as you can. Just do that. You're not trying to change the world. And then what happens when you go through that process and you come out the other side? You have something, you look back, and you're like, oh wow, look at that. It's like it's inside you already. You know, you just have to go through the pains of like being honest with yourself and trying to be honest with your audience and making
exposing it. You know, you have to expose it for people to see.
Yeah, and I think maybe that process has become in some ways undermined just because the kind of mentality that we have.
Well, because you're you know, it's almost as if they're trying to sort of put this like little minder in your head.
Yeah, the arts become more political.
It's stifling your creativity. It's preventing you from saying the thing that you actually want to say, which could just be the spark that someone else might need to ignite an idea in their own brain. And you know, it's this worry of offending.
We need a Sam Hyde movie.
Oh man, I'm glad you're here because you know I was trying to put you guys onto him like back when I was living in Middletown. You know,
Super Deluxe.
I don't have to like. I've had friends who like. I'm like, oh yeah, dude, I've known about $1 Million Extreme for years. I remember, you know, being a follower of his, like back when they were just like a rinky dink YouTube thing. And I remember putting videos on for you, like, oh, look at this, look at these crazy guys. And this was like when they had no followers. Like,
it was on E-Bomb's
like
World, right?
Maybe, you know, maybe like 1,000 something people. I mean, I've literally watched this guy the whole time. I watched when they got their show. I remember being super excited to watch World Peace, and then it getting canceled and being like, "Fuck Tim Heidecker," like "Fuck Adult Swim," like they massacred my boys. Like, you know, I was like, and then to see him come back and just be like, finally. I mean, like, I don't know if you want to talk about shows and shit that I think is funny. Like, watching his buddy Nick Rochefort do Scuff Realtor on YouTube is one of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen. I piss my pants laughing. watching this guy just rip apart people's houses. You know, you just send him a house listing. He goes on. He's streaming live. He pulls it up, and this guy's done renovations. He's done contracting, and he just sits there just tearing this thing apart. But he talks about mill rates and tax, and and the actual nuts and bolts things that guys our age needed to know about 10 years ago. I think there's always going to be a group that got it, that got good knowledge from their dads, got good examples from their dads, and became,
or negative ones.
Yeah, but they found success. But I also think there's a large portion. It was like, what do we do? Where were we supposed to learn this? Who's supposed to teach us about this?
I really wish somebody had taught us about interest rates.
That's the kind of content that I find that I love. I mean, I've gotten to the point where it's like I love a good documentary. I love a good YouTube deep dive on a subject.
Oh yeah,
especially
that's
ones that cite their sources.
Yeah,
Well, guys, we're coming up on 4 hours, so we should probably draw it to a close here. I appreciate you joining me on this monumental 300th episode of Primo Radical, and I guess we'll just close with one final thought because we're celebrating the 10-year anniversary. What do you guys think the world is going to look like in 10 years? Do you have any predictions? And Chris, I'm going to start with you. 10 years from now, 2035, what do you think this world, this country is going to look like?
Oh, man. It's going to have kids are going to be able to make their own television shows through artificial intelligence. You're going to have people who you can like simulate other people. There might be like new sort of quasi nations formed on the foundation of like emerging cryptocurrencies. They're just
Kyrgyzstan.
they're just like protocol based, just like a country is, but just kind of more.
We're talking 10 years, just to be clear.
We're hitting the peak of that hockey stick, we're going exponential here, folks.
I mean, if it could accelerate, I feel like that's what it's going to.
Well, I do think on the content thing, I do think it's going to be weird in a few years when you can write a prompt and it's going to generate an entire movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like that will put Hollywood out of business, I think.
You know what I think is going to happen? Have you ever seen like just like have you heard of like a YouTube poop? They just kind of like scramble a television show or something and make weird things out of it. I think that is going to be like normal television in 10 years. Just like 30-second or 20-second clips of things just like spliced together so that you can't even pay attention to them.
Like when they take they do it a lot with The Sopranos, where they take segments of The Sopranos and stitch them together, but with different audio from The Sopranos. Like there's one where it's the episode where Bobby and Tony fight over the fucking Monopoly game,
right?
And they just take that clip of Tony going, "How about that?" and they put it over everything, like where he's like. They're rushing him into it's that part where they're rushing him into the hospital, and all he just keeps doing how about that, and he can't stop, and they got him in the hospital bed, and they're just splicing everything together, like it's all just becoming like memes and jokes, and but I think that's like you were saying. I mean, it's amazing now. You can write a prompt, and you can come up with a whole show, but the thing is, you still have to proofread all that. Because I know plenty of people who are like, "Oh, it's amazing! I can do whatever I want. I can come up with all these creative ideas." I'm like, "Did you read it before you put it up on the internet?" Because this thing is saying these are gibberish words. Like you're not even you're making a post. Look at this cool design, and everything's in gibberish. Like, doesn't make any sense. Clearly,
they can fix that though.
Yeah,
they can work.
They will. Yeah, eventually.
Yeah. Do you have any predictions for the next 10 years, Rob? Like when you think about 2035, what do you think the world is going to look like?
As the issues of society have, as our technology and ability to master our environment has increased exponentially, because everything assists the next thing that's coming. And like Chris was saying earlier, where the perfect weapon needs a perfect defense, and then the perfect defense needs a perfect weapon, and the perfect, smart tool needs now it needs a new home hub, and then so on and so forth, and all these things. I mean, if you saw that movie Waking Life, there was a guy who was explaining that we're just going to keep increasing exponentially. It's just going to keep growing in wider gaps. So I think in 10 years, you're looking at the same type of moral degeneracy that the Weimar Republic had, focused in cities and sort of like these kind of like do nothing, know nothing sort of, pretty rats, essentially. Like if you're familiar with the Rat City experiments,
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot
Pretty
more,
ones.
a lot more pretty ones. There already are a lot of pretty ones out there.
What is that?
Rat City?
Pretty ones?
It was like this experiment that they did. I think the Club of Rome funded it, or the Rockefeller Institute, something like that, about like unchecked affluence and how that affects societies. So they had these mouse enclosures set up where they would give them, unlimited habitat, unlimited resources, and they didn't really have to strive or work or do mouse things, really, because everything was just provided for them. So eventually they just started like getting neurotic and going insane.
They all became like autistic, right?
Yeah, some of the pretty ones would just groom themselves and were concerned only. They stopped procreating. They became like narcissistic. Some of them became like extremely antisocial and just would they were like mass shooters. Would just like go on rampages and just attack other mice.
He had set this enclosure up in such a way where it was these cordons, and he had these basically like apartment towers, where we'd have this food delivered, but essentially you'd have like a rat that would be in control of the area. That would be like an alpha, and then he would have like a harem, and then all the uncoupled male rats. They would either go
incel rats.
They would either become like psychopaths, or they would become aggressively homosexual and like raping other rats. And they would groom them. These pretty ones, where they would like groom themselves obsessively, but they would also seek out like aggressively like rape and attack other rats and like kill them and stuff.
And this is a Club of Rome study.
This is
It was funded by some either Club of Rome or like Rockefeller or something.
But the end of it just turns into everybody. They all just complete colony collapse.
Yeah, population complete demographic collapse.
They just have everything that they.
It's like a Utopia 22 or something.
Yeah, he did it twice, and each time it just failed. And there was this whole thing where like mothers were having babies, but they had no maternal instincts.
Yeah, they would just leave them.
They would just abandon their children and go off and continue to like kind of fornicate and try to get up the tower, basically.
I mean, I think some of the parallels there are.
Oh yeah, it's scary when you think about how like narcissistic social media has made people, and also like atomized, like social structures are really just like disintegrating.
Yeah.
People, I mean, people don't even like hang out together anymore or anything like that. They do it. It's all mediated through technology, perhaps.
Yeah.
But
digital communities.
Because like, what's the point? Like, I just talked to him today. Like we don't really have to hang out. I share memes with him all day long. You know what I mean? But like we're missing this kind of thing where we're all getting together again. I think COVID had a way of killing that in some ways and bringing other people who resisted it closer together. So I think in some ways the world has changed a lot. There are a lot of people who never really recovered from that distance and kind of liked it that way.
Yeah.
And they still like it that way.
I think that's my take on that. Is it's one thing that we're going to have to start to do on purpose now, because it's part of the novel environment. Just like you can't drink the water anymore because it might have stuff in it. You could 1,000 years ago, but now we got other stuff going on. So you got to think about that. Now you have to think about like people's psychological well-being and maintaining third spaces and like that sort of thing. I think it's going to have to be a thing that you have to be like, okay, have I made sure so-and-so is okay? I've
lost 2 friends in 2 years.
Mm.
One was to suicide, and one was to poor health, which is had a lot to do with drug use, depression, and each time it was like we should have checked in with them more. Could we have done something? Could we have stopped this? Could we have prevented it?
It's actually a thing with millennials where our life expectancy is shorter than it should be, based on other generations.
Yeah.
Like something's kind of happening with us where we have all these health issues, or we overdose or commit suicide or that kind of stuff.
Microplastics.
Yeah.
Microplastics, and like people don't have to actually like do anything anymore. Like you can pretty much go from your car to whatever. Like how many steps are people walking in a day compared to what they were doing in 1930 when everyone was a corn farmer, you know? Like
people are just like walking around the parking lot at their work. Like,
yeah, and that's their exercise. And to no end, you know, like gym culture too is a lot like that. Like the reason gyms didn't really exist was because people did practical work that was physically strenuous and got you tired. You know, a lot of this anxiety too is people just aren't tired out. Like I'm a father. I know like when kids don't do anything for a while, they start to get all like stir crazy and weird and then like misbehave. And it's not good to not be like exhausted every once in a while. You know, I work with a lot of people and my job's pretty sedentary, and like you could see it in their hands. They have like no musculature in their hands. They're just like big baby hands. They're sort of like like soft and white and just like chunky. Like there's nothing that they've ever done in their life besides like turn a car on or like hit some buttons or activate a touchscreen. And that's like, it's not good for people. They lack purpose in that sort of environment, because like, why are we doing the things we're doing, especially now that home ownership is becoming unattainable, like the American dream slipping away from a lot of people. So what's there to take their place? If anything, it's slipping more into this virtual world.
Dopamine.
Where you just like, you're getting the instant dopamine hit from doom scrolling, or like you're hanging out with your friends on Discord or Reddit that were like half a globe away or wherever. And that becomes more you than actual out here you. So the silver lining of all that to me is that the people who stay in the real world, like everyone else can kind of go over there. And that's just more world for me to live in. You know, like if you're missing out on it, that's kind of your problem. Like, come on out. It's
especially
nice weather
when
out
people
here.
like start literally entering the matrix. And
Yeah, exactly.
there,
So like if that's the way it's going to be. Like they're going to track me down and kill me. All right, I'll see Jesus then. I don't care. Like I'm not signing up for that, and there's nothing you can do to make me sign up for that. And I'm not afraid of your consequences. So
it's that fear thing.
I'll be just fine.
You're gonna miss out. You're gonna be left behind. You're gonna buy into the fear of like not staying current with society, or
the digital rapture.
You're gonna understand that like God loved you first, and no matter what, you got nothing to worry about. You know.
And what's the projection of that in reality? That's a loving nuclear family. That's several loving nuclear families together forming a community because of shared interest or mutual assistance, or just like, you know, ideally in my next 10 years, like we're going to reach that tipping point where enough critical mass of people understand and disengage from that beast system. And then it just dissolves, because at the end of the day, it's ephemeral. Like there's really not actually anything there. It's a bunch of old men who have fooled people through sorcery and delusion. And I think that spell is getting weaker. And I think once you reach Gladwell's tipping point, it'll go away.
Well, on that note, I guess we'll call it to a close. But 4 hours exactly. So I appreciate all you guys joining me on the 300th episode of this show, and again, all of the other episodes that you guys have been on.
Thanks for having us.
Quite the ride. And maybe we'll do this again in 10 years.
It's gonna be 301, man.
We'll look back and compare to see how accurate we were.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
More husky and deep my voice has gotten.
Well,
good.
Thank you all for listening to the show. Thank you for listening to the last 4 hours and the last 10 years. And we'll see how many more episodes we have left in the show, whether or not this is the last one or not. But again, thank you all, and until next time, stay radical.
This has been kind of a common theme throughout your career, where you've had these really interesting campaign ads and messaging. And in 2008, of course, you probably had your most famous ad with the rock, where you throw the rock into the pond. I was just wondering if you could explain, because you've said before that there's sort of a double meaning there, or a hidden message. Could you explain what that message is in that campaign ad?
that message is, it's a metaphor for life. What you do is you concentrate on what you want to do with your life. That's the staring into the TV camera. And then after you decided what to do, you go do it. And that's taking the rock and throwing it in the water. And it creates ripples. Your actions create ripples in society. And then after that, you march off to your demise. So that's the metaphor for human life. And that's the reason why I was so successful, because the kids understood it immediately. The mainstream media had to figure it out.